Komancha. Komancha. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. How are you guys doing today? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. I have the most awful taste in my mouth. Okay, you gotta realize. Hello, Yuri. Hello, Mr. Manfisto. Hello, Silent Shannon. Do you have food? I do. It came early, so I finished half of it, but I still have to finish some. I got a nice bowl of noodles with salmon and edamame, and it's super good. But I also got bubble tea. I also got bubble tea. A coffee flavored one. They had iced coffee with tapioca, and I was like, that's what I want to get. So I got it, and I wanted to take some, I wanted to get some medicine in, some painkillers, because I've had, a bit of pain. That's what painkillers are for. And, oh, there's this carrot. Okay. And I wanted to take it with the bubble tea. I was like, that's gonna be quick, you know? And then I was stupid once more. And I messed up. You know, washing down meds with bubble tea. Yeah. When I was, as I drank the bubble tea, as the how do I explain this without sounding weird? As the bubble tea got into my mouth, the tapioca, as it got into my mouth, I realized that it was actually very stupid because you have to chew them. And no, I didn't get the poppin' ones. I just got the tapioca ones, the chewy ones, because those are my favorite. And when they got into my mouth, the balls got into my mouth, okay? And that's when I realized it was very, very dumb what I was doing. And I got a little stressed. I was like, oh my god, I have to chew on these meds. Ew, that's gonna be disgusting. So I wanted to, like, hurry it up, get some more bubble tea, some more fucking god, some more liquid into my mouth, and then this story is going nowhere. And then I tilted the cup, which was super, super dumb, and it spilled on my legs, and I had to change, like, while my starting soon screen was running. I was like, okay, let me sip, and then start the stream, and then it got on my legs, so I had to change. I was like, fuck. But that's what happened. Do you know that Vine of that kid who has like a cup of, like, I think it's Coke, and they want to drink it from the straw, and then they tilt it and the entire thing like spills on their face? That's kind of what I was like. I'm stupid, okay? I'm just a bit stupid, but anyway, we are here now. I'm gonna add the trigger warning for this game to my video description. So I am typing, and you will see the trigger warning too in a bit. Because I have it on my screen. Anyway, how are you guys doing? How are you guys doing? No bubble tea on your legs? No, disgusting meds that you chewed on? Big bite. Nom 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 nom. I ordered my food a little too late. And now I had to eat it on stream. It got here like just before stream. Like I think 10 minutes before stream, something like that. You just woke up from a nap. Lucky. I wanted to take a nap today. I didn't because I slept in. I slept in. You're okay, just drawing. What are you drawing? What are you drawing? Or can you not tell? I remember when I started drawing, when I was a kid, people like to like bully. Sleeping in counts as a nap, I guess. But when I was just starting drawing, I remember when I was drawing, people were like, ooh, you're drawing porn. You're drawing hentai. Ooh. Just because they were still naked. Because I hadn't put the clothes on yet. Or like, ooh, you're drawing a bald character. I was like, no. So that's kind of what I felt like. Like, what are you drawing? What are you drawing? What are you making? I'm like, casually chokes on my food. Oh my god, drink water. I don't have my bubble tea. Fuck. Anyway, we're all good now. That noodle went the wrong pipe. I'm just gonna stop talking. I think that's for the best. I'm good. Don't worry. There's already salmon in my mouth again. This is Asteria. There's a character that dies in episode 1 and I fell in love and I'm drawing a what if she survived a... Are you talking about... Clem? I only watched the first episode of the Tales of Hysteria anime because I'm still playing the game. And I didn't want to spoil myself. But I love Clem. She's so cute. What if she survived? We never saw her die. You are talking about Clem. Oh, I want to see your art once it's done. I want to see your art once it's done. I love Clem. I slowly play through Tales of Hysteria, but it's a fun game. It's just I feel like it's not really a game that I would play that I would really like pick up quickly because I usually don't do well with like RPGs and like games that have slow story progression, but I'm having a good time just relaxing with this game. Relaxing with Tales of Hysteria. You'll post it online when it's done. I'm gonna look at it. Hello, Hysteria. Welcome. Nom. Nom nom nom. Nom 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 nom. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. How are you? How are you? Okay. I'm gonna get into the game while I do the eating. So this is gonna be like kind of a mukbang-ish stream at this point. And I regret only getting chopsticks for myself, but that's fine. That is fine. That is all fine. No worries, no worries. I'm just gonna finish my food and be done with it. But alright. Okay. Shall we get into the game? Shall we just get into the game? Favorite star in the sky. Hi, hello, Jackson. Gonna get the ultra high quality mic for this. Honestly, I really want to get a better mic. A really good one. Because I thought it'd be fun to do streams where I don't know, read fan fiction, or like we could read creepypasta, things like that. I thought that'd be fun. But I feel like I need a better mic for that. Because the mic I have right now is just it's a good mic, don't get me wrong, it's a good mic, but it could be better. Fanfiction streams to fall asleep to, yeah, kind of like that, yeah. Kind of like that. Read the Eye of Argon and try not to laugh. What kind of story is that? I don't know anything. Alright. We're gonna get into the game. Alright. This is the game. And this is the first thing that we see. I'm also having my food here, as you can see. My ramen, my food. Very good food. I'm still having my food. Once there was an ugly barnacle. He was so ugly that everyone died. The end. Wait. Alright. Before we start the game, here's the trigger warning. This visual novel contains death, violent content, animal cruelty, imprisonment, and suicide from tall places. So, if you are sensitive to any of those topics, please be careful and watch at your own discretion. If you don't want to watch it, don't watch it. It's all right. We'll be streaming more times this week. It's a 5-stream a week, so don't worry about it if you can't be on this one. All right. We're gonna get into the game. I am hyped for this. Me too. I'm super hyped. It seems like it's a very cool game. I had it in my library for a while, and I haven't played it, so I know nothing about it. But I gotta check if the sound is. All right. It's a very quiet game at first, but it will be better. There is music, just not here. But we're just gonna start the game and see how the music does. If it's loud or quiet, tell me. I feel like it's gonna be a little loud maybe in the beginning, but this is it. It sounds a bit loud already. Okay. Is this better? The music is very good, by the way. I had only seen this only to test like the game and see if there was any like music or something. The music is super fucking good. The music is super good. And every time a scene starts with like new music, it shows what song's playing. So if you guys want to look it up after, the game's name is Who is the Red Queen? And you can look up the songs later if you like. Alright. No. Alright, let's get into it. I descended through a starry sky. My long blonde hair and red cape flew wildly as I looked to the ground below me with my blue eyes. Falling. I was falling down this rabbit hole with no start nor end. I was falling. Where had I gone? Where could I go? As if I were forgetting something very important, I fell down and down through a sparkling, shining darkness, too bright to be dark and too dark to be bright. I must have been chasing after someone, after something. Like a girl whose curiosity was piqued by a rabbit with a watch, I was falling. Down. Again. This endless well seemed to lead everywhere, yet nowhere at once. Either the hole extended very deep, or I descended very slow. Was I truly even going downward? Perhaps this was all a dream. A fever dream, or, in more words, a fantasy that would be as soon forgotten as it was had. I held just one certainty. I was Alice. Alice was me. Now then, just how long was I supposed to keep falling? The air brushed past my fingers, my cloak ruffling upward. A quiet, humming breeze caressed my neck. The art's also super pretty, by the way. I really like the art for this game too. And I've read that it's a bit queer. That it's gonna be like it has lesbians. So I'm excited about that. I'm looking forward to that. Well, My noodles are going cold. Lesbians! It has lesbians, yeah. As if I could hear someone's voice. A pleasant voice. A woman's voice. I strained my ears for whispers in the wind. Alice, what a time for madness. Without a bit of fear or vertigo, should you not have focused on topics more pressing? Like the darkness or the light, or how you couldn't awaken from this dream. But even now, you were just falling. What does it matter? What is going on? With a thump, I came upon soft grass, and the fall was over. Not a bit hurt, I forced myself to my feet. The art's super pretty. Look, even the sky is pretty, and the grass is pretty. It's all pretty. Really nice art. Also, something I found out which is really cool is that you can change the text box opacity to like super dark or not at all there. I thought this was nice. We can have it like a little darker so it's easy to read, but it doesn't like obscure the whole image. You can also make it disappear. See, you can also look at the art properly. Hello, Jane Walkthrough. You're too green for being a red queen. I mean, am I the queen? Who is the red queen? We're about to find out, I think. Up above my head, the firmament whence I fell had not a tear in its blue canvas. Down about my eyes, only familiar, unfamiliar surrounded me. Hello, Hasan and Pasta! Hello! Oh my god, you changed your picture! We're like spooky month. Like Halloween vibes. I started on an exploratory stroll. Bunny! 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 Sniff, sniff. I've got a bit of carrot here, maybe. Hmm. You made a Halloween picrew. Oh, yeah. I've seen so many cute and fun Halloween picrews around. I did a few. Not all of them. But, people are so creative with picrews. It's like an addiction to me. It's so weird. Sometimes I just go to bed and I'm like, let me do like a few picrews before I go to sleep. So I do picrews in bed. Also, you know what's hard? Eating edamame with chopsticks. Picrews is like drawing OCs but easy mode. I mean, it kind of helps like figure out OCs. When I was making characters, especially D&D characters, it kind of helps to make a picrew to kind of like get a feeling for what you want them to look like. And I don't always have time to draw them myself, so I can use the picrew as like kind of an indication of what they look like. Don't forget to blow in those nudes. The noodles. Why does everything sound such for real? Today is a horror stream, not a sussy baka stream. What the hell? Nom 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 nom. I feel like I'm just gonna shove these edamame into my mouth from the bowl. Wait, can I do that? This is gonna go wrong, horribly wrong. Shove, 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 shove. Don't choke again. Okay, another shove. I was eating noodles too, but there's like edamame left in the bowl now. Nom nom nom. Okay, I think like 2 or 3 more shoves. Then we should be done. Okay, almost done with my food. Okay. Okay. How do I touch grass? There's a lot of grass here, as you can see. See? There's grass here, and grass here. It was very good. I had like noodles with salmon and edamame, and it had egg. Very good. All right, I finished my nudes. Bye. Goodbye. Goodbye. Okay. My hair is green enough to be grass. Kinda, huh? My hair is kind of grass green. Maybe it counts. It sticks up like grass too. Finish your nudes? Yeah, I did. I did. I finished the nudes. You don't want to touch hairy grass? That sounds weird. Would there be hairy grass? All right. We continue. Soon. Wait, fuck. Let me get my book reading voice back. Soon, I stumbled upon a rabbit who looked like a girl, or a girl who looked like a rabbit. Perhaps the correct answer was that she was both a girl and a rabbit. She had white hair and floppy rabbit ears. Burp. Hello, John! Welcome! Pale skin and purple eyes. Her hair was tied into 2 low ponytails by white ribbons, a clock pin adorning her bangs. Look at the clock! The clock's so cute. She wore gloves, an oversized low coat with golden accents, and a red vest over a dress shirt tied with black ribbon. She also had khaki pants tucked into boots. She looked quite scared as she stood in the forest clearing. She was even holding her hands to her chest. Not lingering much longer on this species of the rabbit before me, I called out to her. Excuse me? Calling out to her caused her to jump. Where was this place? Why was I here? How could I leave to return home? I thought of what to ask her, but she recognized me as soon as I spoke, so my questions were lost in my mouth, unasked. She looked at me with troubled eyes. Alice? White Rabbit? Have you seen Her Majesty? Do you know where she's gone? Where she could go? Her Majesty, the Red Queen. She must be taking a vacation of sorts. I only wish that she could have left this little rabbit a note. I'm in a bit of a panic, you see. The lion can't run without its queen. She then took on a distracted look. Please let me know if you catch sight of her. I nodded. Who this Red Queen was, I had not a clue, but a tingling deja vu. Hey, that rhymes. It's a horror anime-fied version of Alice in Wonderland, yeah. Kinda. Still, my acceptance of the request let the White Rabbit breathe out a sigh of relief. Is this horror? Yeah, it is! Yeah, it is! It's supposed to get scary real soon. Just as I prepared to pose my own questions, she straightened her back in surprise. I'm afraid I have to go. I'm going to be late. The White Rabbit dashed off. I wanted to ask some questions. Never mind that. Follow her, Alice. Although I chased after her with only a moment's pause, when I turned a corner, she was nowhere to be seen. The horror is that Yuri didn't tell us. Now you are all in this with me. Love how you made White Rabbit's voice so cute. Thank you, thank you. I try my best. There was only a forest path before me. I found myself in a garden meticulously kept. There was a large white gazebo, in the center with a table and chairs for tea. Tailing the rabbit, I barely dashed a few paces. I hadn't realized such a place was so close by. Rather, I hadn't realized I had run this far. A conjecture tickled my mind that this world I fell into was a magical place, one with paths that pointed to one way but twisted to another. What an explanation, much more far-fetched than me just not knowing where I was running. I took a moment to catch my breath. Just a book with visuals and dialogue you can choose the speed of so far. Yeah, I think it also has choices that you can make. I mean, you can die, probably. But this is just the opening, so usually it's kind of like a book, yeah. That's kind of the definition of a visual novel. It's in the name, visual novel. Glancing around, I began my walk about the garden. Flowers and greenery all around, but not a person in sight. This place was beautiful. It is, the art is so good. I wanted to meet the person who made it. Not quite a gardening person myself, I still appreciated a pretty place and felt a swelling excitement to explore what sights could be seen. A reminder of reality then dampened my joyful curiosity. I wanted some answers, a way out and back home. As pleasant as dreams were, one had to be able to awaken from them before they turned into nightmares. Make sure to quote Mr. Monfisto if you write a paper on it. They said it first. First mistake, wanting to meet the creator of a horror game area. Yeah. Is she aware that this is horror? Maybe not. Whether this was a dream or reality had still yet to be seen. Step, step. I walked around. Hop, hop. I peered over the bushes. Chew, chew. I chew my tapioca. Soon enough, I discovered the heart of the garden where one might sit for tea. Ooh! Hello! I spotted a white-haired girl in the garden. When are you going to be evil, though? Evil? Is that what Mr. Monfisto asks, huh? When am I gonna be evil? Tomorrow. Tomorrow on stream. We're gonna kill some Pokemon tomorrow. Tomorrow is evil day. To amend my previous thoughts, wouldn't it be right to say that I rather also appreciated a pretty person? Your gay is slipping. Her hair was long and reached her shoulders, her skin pale and her eyes a light purple. She was also adorned with a regal blue and white dress that was so long it hid her feet. Her expression was quite distant and calm. I noticed bandages wrapped upon her right hand, which was gently clasped over her left in front of her. I feel like... Oh, wait a minute! We can turn off the image descriptions. Do you guys want the image descriptions turned off? Or do you want them on? Because I feel like the explaining what they look like is like the image description. Do you guys want to do that? Or do you guys want to hear everything? What do you guys think works well? You don't need it? I don't mind hearing everything. I mean, it is an accessibility option. And maybe it would be fun if people are watching this in the background, or people who can see well, or something, they'd be able to hear what's going on. I'm just gonna leave it in there, whatever. I don't think it's too annoying. Frivolous thoughts flew from my mind as our eyes met. Her gaze seemed to beckon me over, so over I went to speak with her. She opened her mouth to speak. White Queen? What? What? White Queen? But who is the Red Queen then? Are you enjoying the garden? The garden is beautiful. The gardener will be happy to hear that from you. However, if you have come here now, you should be searching for something. We should first introduce ourselves. She gave me a sad smile. I am the White Queen. Just like with the rabbit, for reasons unclear to me, I already knew who she was. Here, that should be as good as a name. Your Majesty, my name is Alice. She frowned. Don't stand on ceremony, Alice. I am not someone you need to speak with particularly respectfully. Welcome to my garden in Wonderland. That sad smile returned to her face. Wonderland. I tasted the word on my tongue. I can't remember why or how I'm here. Not this garden, but Wonderland. Once again, she frowned. I was falling, 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 and I couldn't remember why I was falling. I was simply falling, falling, falling until I fell no more. I'm sure I've forgotten something very important. That pained smile returned. You needn't force yourself to remember. Some things are better left forgotten. Perhaps it was fated for you to come here. Perhaps something is missing that you must find. This world must appear like a place of dreams. You should find the Red Queen. The missing queen whom the White Rabbit mentioned was the Red Queen. Then came a troubled look. I waited for the White Queen to continue. She hesitated to speak of the Red Queen as if the elusive royal would appear like a ghost behind her as she spoke. I tried to imagine what sort of person the Red Queen was. She will let you return to your own reality. When you meet her, you should be able to find all of the answers you are seeking for. As for where she is, that is for you to discover. Do you dislike her? Does she? Gossip? Are we about to gossip? At first, she pursed her lips as if troubled again. Then came that same somber smile. Spill the tea, White Queen! Yep. Spill the bubble tea. That's a difficult question, Alice. So she's like that. I'll let you judge the Red Queen. You might learn something new about yourself. Shall I head off to find her now? Her face lit up a bit. Why not stay for some tea? Of course I'd love to, but it's not quite afternoon tea time yet. She smiled, this time much happier. A later time then. Certainly to have tea outside of tea time wouldn't do. That smile softened into a fond one as she lowered her lids. I won't keep you for too much longer, Alice. I'm sure you will be able to find that person soon enough. Until later. Later. I waved goodbye to the White Queen and departed from her garden. Glancing back, I saw her gaze linger upon me. That poor smile of hers had turned somber again. Why is she so sad? I stepped onto a twisting path in the forest. I didn't know which way to go to find the elusive Red Queen, turning left and right. To find a queen, I thought to seek a castle. However, the rabbit said that the queen was missing, so unless the rabbit had also forgotten something very important, the queen shouldn't have been in the castle. The Red Queen. She seemed like a troubling person. The way the White Queen's face froze, tongue stuttering along at the topic of the Red Queen made me wonder. Was the latter queen a tyrant or a fool? The tutor at home liked to talk about kingship of that sort. To me, either or neither were fine. After all, who were the peasantry to affect the mood of a high queen? I hummed and walked along with a skip in my step. What? Just as I reached a rhythm in my stride, I kicked a little something. An animal? That threw me off my beat. I slowed to applaud, my mood a note dampened. Are we kicking animals now? What? Hello, Rye! Welcome! I'm doing fine. We're ready to get spooked. We're not spooked yet. Soon I heard the chatter of a girl a few trees away. Seeing not much civilization here in the forest, I followed the voice of the girl. Although she was chatting, I heard her voice alone. Oh, hello! Oh, you look interesting. Ooh, I like the two colored eyes. Nice. I passed by a few bushes and soon enough found a tea party in the middle of nowhere. At a table set before a tree sat the girl. The white-clothed table was littered with all sorts of tea time things, from a tower with cookies and cupcakes, a rubber duck, and a cake with knives in it, pitchers with dozens of tea tags, and stacks of dishes. In the center, there even laid a green vase with a dead, plucked apart red rose beside it. Some petals set in the water, like rose water. Oh my god, she got homophobia in her eyes! Yeah. You like the eyes too for completely unrelated reasons? I see. The girl had long pink hair with uneven side bangs, pale skin, first eye red and second yellow. A smile was on her features that contrasted with her eye bags. Her outfit was just as chaotic as the table. Under her black trench coat was a loose dress shirt tied with a large purple ribbon. She also wore checkerboard purple pants and white lace-up shoes. On her gloved hands sat 2 hand puppets, a white hare with a yellow straw hat and a red bow tie, and a gray dormouse with a little pink flower perched by her ear. But most glaring of all was her large black top hat, wrapped haphazardly in purple ribbons with a piece of paper taped to it. Anyway, don't mind me, I still have to grind some Pokemon. Working on the stream for tomorrow, I see. I've also been working on something, but I'll tell you guys tomorrow on stream. Ooh! Pointy teeth. I like that for unrelated reasons. I like the pointy teeth. Hello there, Alice. What did you come here for? Her chatter ceased. Her mismatched eyes pierced through me in its place. I noticed a little fang in her mouth as she opened it. There's no room here at the table, so don't take a seat. No room. The girl gave a wide grin, as she was wont to do frequently. In fact, it was rare the smile was wiped off her face. She moved the puppets on her hand, a sleepy mouse and a mad hare. Looking right to left, I could barely see the ends of the table set for tea. One person in such a large space. Conversely, she had almost seemed lonely. There's plenty of room, Hatter. Her smile shrank a bit. To make my point, I took seat in a large armchair across from the Hatter. The chair stunk of flowers as if to clear away the shadow of an unpleasant previous sitter. I sank back into it comfortably. I wanna have tea here. Those cookies look good. The ducky's so cute. Is that duck like edible or is it just for decoration? I wonder. Then I kept sinking, before I jolted back up with a shallow gasp. Three's plenty of crowd. That's rude of you to say, Alice. Not very civil of you to sit down without being invited either. She granted me a cheeky grin and a wink. But whatever, let's just treat you as our extra guest for tomorrow. Not today? Aren't they the same? Yesterday, today, tomorrow. Every day is never a day different, but since I'd rather not deal with it today, we just treat it as for tomorrow. Dormouse and March won't mind. You mentioned 3, but I only see 1. She wiggled the puppets on her hands as if to explain everything. 1 was herself, 2 was the first puppet, and 3 was the second puppet. I'm scared Alice might be blind. Her mad smile became a mad grin once more. That's a side effect of being Alice. Don't worry. It's just a side effect of being Alice. She sneered. The pitch of her voice warped. Don't mind their comments. She is Dormouse and he March Hare. She paused as if waiting for me to greet the animal puppets. Oh, she did the voices for the puppets. I waited. She waited. Her smile did not falter. In fact, it only widened in anticipation. The silence of the conversation bored me, so I relented to the Mad Hatter's wordless request. I was their guest for tomorrow, so a polite guest I decided to be. Whew. Oh, hello there. Her smile became ordinary again. I was scared she was deaf as well. Hello there, Alice. It seemed whenever she made the puppets talk, she often took on a more neutral expression and kept her mouth closed like a ventriloquist. Between the puppets, I much preferred the Dormouse. If a puppet could fall asleep, she looked as if she was about to do so. I felt some pity as that meant the March Hare would speak more. What were we talking about before? A riddle? Maybe it was this one. Why is a raven like a writing desk? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Do you have an answer to that riddle? You're no fun, Alice. Relax and have some wine. There is no wine? You're invited for tea tomorrow, Alice. It's the obligation of the host to offer the guest a drink at tea time. Maybe she was an alcoholic. Maybe? Who knows? Hatter, I can't in good faith call this time of day tea time, nor can I call alcohol tea. Details, details. Add some butter! It'll be tea time eventually, so it's tea time now. We're having tea, so it might as well be tea time, don't you think? Hello, Scotty! Welcome! Welcome! Good to see you, good to see you. Today we're playing Who is the Red Queen? A horror visual novel. A horror visual novel. It's not yet horror-ish, but it will be. Eventually. Alright. What did you come here for anyways? Although I couldn't quite say that I had come to this tea party with a goal in mind, I figured I'd might as well tell her. I'm searching for the Red Queen. Her brow contorted as she took a sip of her tea. Puppet sat down for just that moment. Dumping the tea away and rinsing the cup, she poured herself another drink. Her mismatched eyes narrowed. Oh, her. The Hatter placed her lips to the rim of her teacup and stared at me. A minute passed, all 60 seconds consisting of staring, before she ducked down under the table as if to find an item and popped back up again. Whoop! Whoop! Her expression was back to its usual state. What's she doing under that table, huh? What's she doing under that table, huh? Stay and chat for a moment. I'll help you with a little something regarding Her Majesty. The Hatter poured me a cup of tea and slid over a plate of sandwiches. The Hatter's smile became wide. The plate hurtled toward me, forcing me to hurriedly grab its last sandwiches spilled all over my lap. Luckily, the cup of tea arrived much more calmly. I took a taste, finding Earl Grey. That's a basic choice. I prefer fruit teas, though. Is it tomorrow already? At the very least, it wasn't time for afternoon tea. If I'd known I would have tea now, I would have stayed a little longer to have some with the White Queen as well. It was not that people couldn't have tea outside of afternoon tea, but it was a principle of things. If people drank tea any time of the day, they would drink it all day. You have some beliefs, Alice? I sipped some more, enjoying the citrusy flavor of this black tea. Today is tomorrow for yesterday, don't you think? Unless she doesn't think. That would have been rude of you to ask. She's just normal. Orthogonal? I'm certainly sitting up quite straight. But regarding the Red Queen, do you have some news about her? I'd say I have some business with her instead. Something to do with meat and flesh and all the other red things that the Red Queen might have to do with. Red Queen as in blood. Kind of sus. You know, every time a game talks about meat, I think of the meat in Little Nightmares. Because I don't know why, but when I think of game meat, that's just what I think of. And it's terrible and disgusting. What? Aren't you a hatter? She grinned widely. Yes? Not a butcher. Unless your meat is made out of hat. While talking about all things unappetizing, I took a bite of a sandwich filled with an ambiguous color. Are you sure? A milky sweetness melted in my mouth. I tasted some sort of fruit inside. Maybe it was mango or kiwi or strawberry? Satisfied with the pleasant sweetness, I took another sip of tea. This tea and these sandwiches are delicious. Thank you, Alice. You made them? Compliments to you, then. The Hatter grinned with a wink. Wow, such flattery. Since you've put me in a good mood, I guess we can go ahead with Her Majesty's matter. She smiled as if laughing. In fact, she's been sitting here with us the whole time. She's been what? Now I know that it's horror, my imagination goes wild. Shame. Now I'm kind of scared. Why did the music stop? I sat up even straighter in confusion. Glancing around, I saw no queens in sight, not a human nor animal besides the two of us here. Oh my god. Oh no! The Hatter rolled a chair over and pulled a cloth off from over the chair's holdings. Ta-da! Uh-oh. Oh, she fucking dead. There we go. Now it's horror. Bum, bum, bum. Nausea ran up my spine. Oh, fuck me. This is disgusting. On the chair sat a chunk of meat dressed up in tattered human clothes. Still dripping red, the flesh seemed to ripple. Undulating? Was it rotting or was it still alive? My head spun as I squinted at the thing. This meat, no, this thing resembled a human torso, with half a neck and chopped off limbs, filled up with what could have been fancy clothes. This was surely human flesh. That's just cranberry juice, just like the strawberry in the sandwich. Yep, that's what I was thinking. This is how you eat eyes. I sensed an odd familiarity to the torso, but also felt as if I was looking at it from an incorrect angle. This was the torso of a regal woman. This was raw human flesh. This is the Red Queen? Oh my god! The music is creepy too, what the fuck? The Hatter's eyes narrowed again, brows furrowed but still smiling. An inappropriate question flitted across my mind. Could we consider it as sitting if it didn't have legs? I suppose yes. The music is louder too! I thought you said you weren't a butcher, Hatter. We definitely couldn't consider this a hat. Having just eaten the strawberry... Oh, fuck! The strawberry taste in my mouth turned to a meaty texture like raw pork. I could almost taste sweet, rotten fat. I swallowed. Her expression returned to normal. I wondered if the Hatter wanted to make me sick. The Hatter gave a wide smile. Yes, I'm a Hatter. Don't close your eyes. I closed my eyes and rubbed the bridge of my nose. Too distracted by the surprise, the feeling of my fingers almost felt like wet ground meat, even though I was sure that my digits were still attached to my palm. Bro, what the fuck? More blood! The image lingered uncomfortably behind my eyelids, not with disgust, but with another inexplicable emotion, a negative one for sure. I looked at the torso again, and it seemed so still. I saw exposed bone and shattered trachea? The cut must not have been wholly clean, made with a blade sharpened not quite enough, yet also dulled not quite enough. Yes, this was the Red Queen. Ew. Ew. Well, we found her, guys! End of stream! I knew not why I knew, but a voice in the back of my head told me that this was the Red Queen. A part of the Red Queen. I'm afraid Her Majesty can't speak right now. The Hatter stirred her tea and popped a bite-sized sandwich into her mouth, munching happily. She sneered. This is body horror, alright? Yeah. What is going on? Thanks for coming, guys. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and leave a comment. Yup, we're ending stream. Goodbye. Don't look like that, Alice. The Hatter didn't dismember Her Majesty. Yes, yes, Hatter is innocent. Since only the Hatter spoke up in defense of herself, I wasn't particularly inclined to believe her. But whether or not she did kill the Red Queen, the end result sat before me. What should I do now? I murmured my uncertainty at this dead end aloud. She smiled as if nothing was wrong. At least, unlike AI Somnium, they casually refrain from showing the main attraction. Yeah, that is nice. That is nice. What do you mean? All you have to do is find all of the other pieces. If you have anything you need Her Majesty for, all you need to do is put her back together. We need to find all other pieces? Have you forgotten, Alice? That sounded mad. So mad I wanted to laugh. This is Wonderland after all. All I needed to do was find the pieces. That was right, Alice. That was all you needed to do. It would either be terribly simple or terribly hard. I hope that no one had fed the Red Queen to the pigs or minced her up for a patty. Regardless, all I really needed was a head and the torso if I wanted to talk to her, to ask her about the secrets to returning home. May I take the body with me? The Hatter narrowed her eyes. Alice, you were a civilized girl. Did you really want to lug around a piece of meat like you were some meat seller, selling to the cannibals? The Hatter winked cheekily. No, that wouldn't be fair, don't you think? Once you find most of her parts, let's just say the limbs, I'll give you a special present and help you out again. She patted a box off the side of the table. The box was just big enough for a cat or a cake, or maybe something like a hat. Or maybe something like a head. Is what I'm thinking. That is what I am thinking. That is what I am. I don't like this. Hello, Vegeta Games! Welcome. Today we're playing Who is the Red Queen, and apparently the Red Queen is dead. But, of course, don't peek or try to find out what the present is. It wouldn't be a surprise like that, and I'll be very, very upset if you cheat. With that smile on her face, I couldn't see her upset, only muddled sincerity came through her voice. The Hatter's mismatched eyes wondered, looking distracted as she did so. Now then, I've got to grab something off the stove before it burns. The Hatter got up from her seat and walked away. Here I was, alone with the Red Queen's flesh. It was missing all 4 limbs and a head, so to make her whole, I would need to find 5 parts. I hoped that my search would be easy. Ooh! Okay, seeing as the Hatter was nowhere in sight, I contemplated a decision regarding that curious box on the table. You could do a save here, by the way. That's actually pretty nice. Let's save here. What shall we do? Sneak around and peek, or listen to the Hatter? Don't do it, Yuri. Shall we do it? Don't do it. Sneak a peek. We're not listening? I tiptoed to the other side of the table and surveyed what was around. You want to know what's inside? Yeah, you guys do too. I'm sure you guys want to know what's inside. I couldn't help but feel the headless slab of human watching me, but I ignored the Red Queen's body, knowing that I would be seeing it often enough. Looking over my shoulder, I ascertained that the Hatter had yet to return. I moved to find the present box on the cluttered table. The Hatter hadn't tied up the box particularly at all. I could open it and close it as if I had never disturbed this mysterious prize to begin with. I cracked open a small gap so that nothing could come flying out. Oh, fuck me, this is scary as hell. Okay. Yep, but this is what I thought. Nothing escaped from the box. Instead, I heard a strange, strangled noise from whatever lied inside. A gurgling, drowning voice that caused chills to settle on the back of my neck. In one go, I took the lid off the box. Oh, fuck me, that is disgusting! Inside was a head, a bloodied head. I knew it, I fucking knew it! The head seemed so familiar, but I couldn't quite make out the face, as if the box had been jostled. Disgusting, but also very much expected. Yep. The hair had become so matted with blood, the exact hue of its light hair color was difficult to make heads or tails off. I squinted. Why are we zooming in, guys? Is it the bunny? Are you thinking it's the bunny? If it's the rabbit, I'm gonna be so sad. What the fuck? Spinning, the world was spinning. A sharp pain burst through my temple, and I rested a palm on my head to stop a growing, pulsing headache in my skull. I reached out a shaking hand to adjust the head in the box. Step, step, step. Footsteps interrupted me. Uh-oh. I thought I only just said not to peek, Alice. Uh-oh. The Hatter brandished a hammer in her hand, the head and face a glowing red, as if it had been left on the stove. Cheaters get what cheaters deserve. Uh-oh. Oopsie doopsie. I backed up, crashing into the table, nearly tripping on my own cloak. She raised her arm with the hammer in hand and... Ah! Oh my god, that sound! The sound! Oh, the sound! Crack. Dead. Death number 1. Script scene 9%. Whoopsie doopsie. Oh, we'll listen to her all this time. Nothing wrong. Nothing wrong. We listened to her all this time. I shook my head. Instead of antagonizing the Hatter needlessly, I decided to take another sip of tea. I would see what was inside the box eventually. We have no idea what's in that box. We did not take a peek. Oh my god, there she is again. The Hatter returned soon enough. Her puppets were absent. Rather, in her hand was a hammer, glowing bright with heat. She checked it to the side with a thumb and let the metal sizzle on the ground. What was the hammer for? She grinned. Does a hammer need a reason to be? Anyways, go ahead and try to find some of the Red Queen's body. An arm, a head, or maybe 2. Just bring them back here for me to attach to this. I know the Hatter is kind of mad and crazy, but why is she kind of cute though? Is that your type, Rai? Is this your type? This is so cute. Trickster? Are you sure about that? Are you sure? This is cute. Rai confirmed to be into yanderes. Oh, you like him a little yandere. You have a lot of types. You go take a shower, something happens. No, nothing happened. This is such a cute game. It's such a cute game. Such a cute game. She pointed to the torso. It'll still be tea time when you come back. Let's just count you as an extra guest for the next tomorrow as well. To be exact with time, now is not tea time. I suppose there's not much else to do here. Are you at gunpoint, Yuri? Tell me. No, I'm fine. This is a cute game. The Hatter's expression dampened a bit as I responded. I looked at my empty cup of Earl Grey and lifted myself up from the armchair. For what it was worth, I quite enjoyed this odd-hour tea. Shaking my legs just to make sure they hadn't fallen asleep, I started to leave. Until later. Auf Wiedersehen. She leaned back into her chair and made a lazy wave my way. Somehow, she looked lonely. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. We're back in the forest, just a nice forest walk. Nothing is wrong here, nothing creepy happened. Nothing creepy happened. No creepy stuff is happening here. No creepy stuff has been seen here. No creepy story was read here. We listened to the Hatter and we were all fine. Nothing's wrong, nothing's wrong. We are just gonna look for some limbs. We are just gonna look for some limbs. Da 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 da. She has a torso on a chair and a hat in a box. How could she be lonely? She has a lot of friends. She also has her hand puppets. You keep singing like that and you can get another hammer to the temple. What? You don't like my singing? Aw. Rude. Aw. Sad. I returned to another forest path, walking forward and forward. After moving for a while, I realized that I had no idea where I was going. In simpler words, I was lost. I walked around in a few circles before looking upward. Oh! Kitty! Kitty, kitty! Kitty, kitty! Cat, 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 cat. Cat, 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 cat. Above, I saw a cat. A cat who resembled a girl, or a girl who resembled a cat, leisurely stood on the tall branch of a tree. She had sharp green yellow eyes, pale skin, a cat-like smile. Her brown hair was tied into a ponytail. Ah, it's a ponytail. With an orange ribbon, her two cat ears on top of her head looking quite fluffy. She wore an orange cape with 3 black stripes and a fluffy white collar with a tattered short black dress underneath. Adorned around her neck was a collar with a bell. Her one visible arm had a shackle around the wrist for her clawed hands. There appeared to be something like stitches at the point where arm and shoulder connected. Uh-oh. Unlike the white rabbit, this cat, the Cheshire cat, I couldn't help but wonder she was actually neither a cat nor a girl and was just pretending to be either. Cheshire! Cheshire, Cheshire, Cheshire! Cheshire cat, Cheshire cat, Cheshire, Cheshire, Cheshire cat. You shouldn't play this game, you can already tell, and you don't mean for the horror part. You smell that, chat? I smell a simp. A simp. Are we simping? Are we simping? Smells like simping to me. Simpy simp. I smell simping in my chat. I met her cat eyes nodding in silent greeting. Her grin stretched across her face as she stared right back. Sharp teeth filled her mouth and claws adorned her hands. This was probably a cat. Cheshire. Oh! The flame that was her tail flickered and she hopped down to meet me closer. Oh yeah, look at the flame. It looks very cool. I can't see the cursor, but that's okay. Very cool tail. Look at the tail. Simpin', simpin', simpin'. You thought, what does a tiger do in Alice? You didn't realize it was Treasure Cat. I don't suppose you'd tell me which way I should go? Her eyes narrowed in amusement. I posed a silly question that I expected no answer for. After all, I was asking Cat for directions. Everyone is simping for Yuri! What? Everyone's simping for me? Simping? Simping for me? Little old me? If you ain't simping for Yuri, you're doing something wrong. Are you? You're allowed to simp for who you want to simp, but if you want to simp for me, I'm not against that idea. Depends on where you want to go. To my surprise, I received a response. To find the Red Queen? The crazy one. Are you sure you'd prefer not to go with the nice one? The one I'm searching for is the Red Queen. Alright, the Mad Queen. Then again, we're all mad around here. That is, except for Her Majesty the White Queen. She's too sad to be mad. If you're looking for the Red Queen, up, up, down, down, left, right might help. Cheats? Cheats? The cat jeered. Self-awareness, Alice. Self-awareness. The Cheshire Cat vanished into thin air. Cheat codes! Up, up, down, down, left, right. Cheat code! Soon enough, she reappeared. Just go to the White Queen instead. Maybe you'll find something on the way. She started to fade away again before popping back. I forgot to ask, how's the Hatter doing? She seems to be fine. It's still tea time over there? It's always tea time with that one. A third time she disappeared, leaving a grin lingering in the air before that too vanished. This was a grin without a cat instead of a cat without a grin. The third time was the charm. The cat did not return. I can't say I've seen a cat quite like that before. Then again, Cheshire wasn't really a cat. Ooh! What shall we do? What shall we do on this one? What shall we do? Up, up, down, down, left, right? Or find the White Queen? What shall we do? What shall we do? You guys wanna cheat code? I feel like cheating. You cheating? I'ma cheat. I tried to remember just what the Cheshire Cat had said, speaking the pattern of directions aloud to a beat. Up, up, down, down, left, right? I felt as if I had missed a few items, but that was all that the cat had given. I backtracked to the position where I met the cat and followed the recommended directions. Soon enough, I found myself at a crossroad. I saw no limbs nor heads in sight. Left was labeled right, right was labeled left. With wrongly written signboards, I chose at random on where to go next. Every few meters, I found a new signboard with its own quaintly marked arrow. Whether or not they led to the right place was another issue. I slowed my pace to read the signs and followed them along. Today is a rainy day. I didn't know which genius thought to put a forecast onto a wooden sign on the side of the road, but I followed the direction to go right regardless. The sky had not a drop of rain in sight. Warning, cliff ahead. As it happened, neither was there a cliff ahead. Watch out for dragons. I looked for the dragons, but the dragons did not arrive. Shameful. Dragons would have been cool. At some point, the text on the signs turned to insults. Fool. You don't even know who you are. Stop following these signs. How many of these will you read? I walked and walked and walked. At the end of the final sign in the chain, I reached a clearing in the forest where I spotted the white rabbit talking with a limb. She appeared a little frightened, or perhaps more concerned. Your Majesty's left arm, please. I blinked, then I blinked again. Rubbing my eyes, I saw the same image. Oh! Sure, okay, we found an arm. That is nice. The white rabbit seemed just about to prostrate herself to a living, moving arm. The arm, despite being an arm, had taken the higher position. The ground here is dirty. You needn't crawl here. Shall I take you back to the palace? Or would you prefer to go to the garden or the courtroom? In fact, do you happen to know where Her Majesty is? The arm smacked the white rabbit. What? Animal cruelty. She frowned, brows furrowed. Although I silently observed, the arm noticed me and began to crawl over, one handful of grass at a time. Oh God. The arms crawl on their own. Apparently, it's crawling towards us. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. It moved like a snake, like a worm, like a piece of flesh and bone that shouldn't have been able to move. Its writhing struggle sent a shiver up my spine. The white rabbit looked scared. I didn't know if I should pick it up or kick it away. I did neither, and had reached my feet. I don't like this. I don't like this one bit. I feel like this is gonna be scary. I don't know at all if this game has jump scares or not, and I don't want to be jump scared. The arm proceeded to climb up my leg, up my cloak, clinging like some sort of dirty parasite, making its slow way up until I pushed past my building disgust to hold it in my hand instead. The flesh felt cold in my palm. I sensed no heartbeat at the wrist. Alice, Her Majesty's arm seems to have taken a liking to you. If you find Her Majesty, please return the limb to her and tell her that her rabbit did her best. I pray she hasn't met any trouble. A limb coming off isn't an everyday occurrence. She made quite the understatement. Yes, of course. How did you know it was the Red Queen's arm? The rabbit took on a happy, excited expression. I would recognize Her Majesty's limbs anywhere. That feels like a weird thing to say. That feels like a weird thing to say. Do you admire her very much? Yes, of course. I respect Her Majesty very much. She united Wonderland into this kingdom and kept peace with a watchful gaze on the criminal populace. She's the decisive ruler and holds an agreeable worldview. This should be her divine right to rule Wonderland. I've heard a cat call her mad. A dangerous expression flashed through the white rabbit's eyes for barely a second. Her smile quickly became a frown. Bum bum bum. The treasure cat is a known problem element here. Her expression became increasingly stressed.
If Her Majesty is mad, then such madness is in essence brilliance. Although I may not always be fated to be a favored courtier, to be an aid to her is my greatest honor. I cannot be White Rabbit without Her Majesty.
Her smile returned.
Yes, that should be how I view Her Majesty.
I gave the rabbit's impromptu speech a short round of applause.
Yay!
Balancing the detached arm in the crook of my elbow. The rabbit became flustered.
She must...
Oh, wrong one. She must also like you very much. All rulers had their dissidents and supporters. A certain man once said that a ruler was better feared than loved if she could not be both. Despite all that what the White Rabbit said, I knew little more about the Red Queen. The Red Queen is the ruler of all this land? What's your job, White Rabbit? Tell me about your work. How was work today, White Rabbit?
Yes, she is the highest ruler of Wonderland. I deal with a little bit of everything. Administrative matters, legal matters, and the personal matters of important people.
Since we've met a few times, I could say that I'm important, couldn't I?
That's right, Alice.
To my tepid jest, I received a response that made me pause. The White Rabbit took out a watch and jumped in surprise upon looking at the time, quickly returning the watch to her pocket.
Is it this time already? I'm afraid I must be off again, if that will be all. Thank you, Alice.
Hurriedly bowing a few times, she dashed off back to work. I don't like it when the music stops. Having obtained one limb, I searched around for another. Before I knew it, the day had passed. Hello, Jack! Welcome! Welcome! Hello! Welcome! Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Today we're playing Who's the Red Queen, which is a horror visual novel. A little spooky. I looked towards the sky where the sun had begun to set. Letting out a yawn, I realized I needed a place to sleep for the night. I thought back to the party so it helped me onto my adventure to gather the Red Queen's dismembered parts. Surely I could find one of them. Well, we can only go to the Hatter, so we might as well go there. I headed back to the Hatter's place. Oh, everything has been eaten. Except for the rose water, it's not all done. The moonlight filtered through the trees and lit the table. This music is cute. The tea and cakes were all put away. As before, I found her at her table, full of tea stuffs. She nursed a cup of tea and waved at me upon spotting me. Just in time for tea, Alice! From the sky, tea time should have already passed. Perhaps this was more like supper time? So I only flashed her a smile without saying anything. I've returned with a limb. Congratulations! She grinned. I handed her the Red Queen's limb, which began to move upon entering the Hatter's hand. Holding it away from herself, the Hatter seemed to think of what to do with it next. What? She kicked a dog cage out from under a chair. Clicking the metal hatch open, she tossed the limb into it and quickly flicked the cage shut again. The Hatter sneered. Sit down. I'd be a poor host if I didn't let you sit. I plopped down into the armchair. This was my chair now. I glanced around and found that I didn't see the two puppets that the Hatter wore on her hands earlier in the day. Where are your friends? I gestured with my hand. They've gone home for a bit. Marshall lives all the way over there in a house with ears. As for whose ears they are, I haven't a clue. Are you hungry for rodent, Alice? No. If you say so, Alice. I don't like this. I don't like the premise of this. She poured me a cup of tea and slid the tea, cup and saucer over to me, nearly spilling it over my lap. Soon after came another plate. On the plate was steak and vegetables. For a brief moment, the Hatter appeared lonely. I should hope this isn't rodent, is it? She winked with a grin. It's something else. I feel like it's that queen. Yup. The Hatter didn't continue, but glanced over at the Red Queen's flesh. I hope this isn't the queen. Well, I'm afraid I have bad news for you. I'm afraid I have some bad news for you. My eyes followed the path of her gaze, not spotting any steak-sized slabs of meat sliced off from the torso of the queen. I saw it. I let out a sigh. Her eyes were narrowed. Why would you still eat it? Taking a knife and fork, I cut the steak and moved a piece to my mouth. It tasted like beef. Compliments to the chef. She smiled. Why, thank you. We ate together. For a Hatter, her table manners with the forks and knives were impeccable, but each time I thought to compliment them, she went and said something odd again. The Hatter was a mystery to unravel. I don't have a place to stay for the night, so I wanted to ask if you would put up with me for the night. I put up with you all the time. What difference does night make? Where I come from, people sleep at night. Sleep? You can sleep underneath the table or spread a blanket on the ground or just sleep on that armchair you're sitting in now. Isn't sleep just when you pretend to be dead like everyone else? Is this why you don't sleep? The Hatter had terrible bags in her eyes, as I doubted she slept too much. She could only have been sleeping too little. She frowned, upset. Look at the time. Is it really time to sleep? Napping at tea time will destroy your inner clock, don't you know? Morning, afternoon, evening, since it's all tea time, it's better not to sleep. I thought you didn't care about time. The Hatter sneered. Time doesn't care about me. Are you perhaps afraid of sleeping? She gave me a somber smile. Oh no, is she afraid of sleeping? What do you think, Alice? She poured herself a drink from a bottle into her teacup. I turned to look at the bottle, which was in no way for tea. I couldn't read the jumbled words scrawled across its label, so I couldn't help but ask. It's blood. Is that actually alcohol? Oh, whoops. Tea? Isn't it alcohol? Tea. She drank her tea and I did mine. Ah ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha. It's really creepy to be so casual with a Hatter, yeah. I'm not sure how I feel about this. The conversation turned to silence. I shouldn't have pushed and upset my dear host. I wanted to pet her head and apologize, for she could drink or sleep as she wanted. As I reached out, the Hatter recoiled. There was a frown on her face. She pushed the chair back from the table, taking the chance to move away. Then she dipped underneath the tablecloth, rummaging through her stuff with a rustling noise. Aww! When she popped back up, she held a blanket, which she tossed my way. Her expression turned even more distraught, her frown wobbly. Aww! She is sad! She is sad! She is sad that I'm gonna sleep. Didn't you want to pretend to be dead right now? Go play dead. Catching it in my arms, I smelled a sweet scent from the soft blanket. The sky was dark and I started to feel sleepy. Hugging the blanket a little tighter, I had experienced a long day after all, so perhaps it was time to go to bed. Good night, Hatter. I wondered if she was mad, if she would respond, but she did. You saying and stuff now, like the corpse just over there doesn't exist. We didn't mention it. Maybe it's gone. I don't know. Maybe it's gone. Good night, Alice. Oh, starry sky, look. Are you guys able to see me in there? Would you guys be able to see me in there? I leaned back comfortably in the armchair and began to sink. Sinking, sinking, sinking. Contrary to my earliest expectations, I didn't keep sinking forever. The moment I looked up at the sky, I found I couldn't fall asleep anymore. I didn't recognize the stars, the constellations that adorned the dark heavens. Tracing their infinite sparkles, I wonder who they stood for. None of them are falling. That is true. None of them are shooting stars. I wanted to understand what was hidden past those mismatched eyes of the Hatter. While counting the stars, I eventually fell asleep. I dreamed of falling. Next day, next day. I'm gonna grab a quick drink. Just a second. I'm gonna grab something from my fridge. Real quick. Got it. Got it. Got it. Here we are. 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 Ooh. Here we are. Here we are. We are back. 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 Back with a drink. Because the coffee boba was getting kind of disgusting. It's been watered down and now it's I don't like it. I don't like it. I have some Coca-Cola right now. I have some Coca-Cola right now. Because we gotta stay awake for this game, man. Get ready for some more horrors. The next day and the day after, I continued my search for the Red Queen's parts. Once again, I was walking down the forest path. Remembering that the Cheshire Cat mentioned the White Queen, I decided to give the Queen a visit. I thought that I could easily replicate the route to her garden, having only recently been there. However, the more I walked, the more apparent it became that I was lost. I passed that tree to the right a handful of times already. I was going in circles, getting nowhere closer to that beautiful garden and its equally pretty owner. This girl's a little fruity for the White Queen, huh? I let out a sigh and chose a bush at random to walk through instead of following a path. My cloak saved me from being scratched by the leaves and branches of the bushes. I came out on the other side to a particularly tall tree and a large bird cage. What? She's locked up! Why is she locked up? What the? No! Why is she locked up? Come on, why is she in the cage? Dad? I like her. Look at how sad she looks. Why is her hand bandaged, by the way? I wonder about that, though. I spotted the White Queen inside the birdcage. Behind her was a limb. A leg. She said with a distressed expression as she looked up at my looming figure. Hello? We meet again, Alice. I hadn't expected that I would be trapped here again. I'm a little embarrassed that you're seeing me like this. I contemplated just asking for the leg and leaving. No, that would be a terribly foul thing to do, especially to a pretty person like her. Although, in a way, it almost seemed like a good idea to leave a pretty bird locked up in a cage all for oneself. What? Alice! I understand you're a little fruity, but you can't be that fruity. After all, how would you catch her if you let her go free? Just ask her on a date. Just ask her out. You should have had tea with her. You should have had friggin' tea with her. Alice is also a bit yandere. Kind of, huh? Yeah. Is that the Red Queen's right leg? So it would appear. Meow. Meow. Hello, kitty. Meow. The cat is meowing at me. To find the Red Queen, you may have to find her parts as well. Even so, she should be able to help you find your way back home. I'm sorry, Alice. Don't apologize. The key to my prison is atop the towering tree. Would you help me open this cage, Alice? Yes, of course. We would help her. Yeah, I want to help her out. Agreeing to the request, I walked over to the tall tree that the White Queen gestured toward. How tall it was, I couldn't say. If I angled my head and squinted, I could see the glimmering of a silver key at a high branch above. I circled the tree. The front and the back, the sides left and right, they all looked equally hard to climb. Bird, 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 bird! Maybe you can help. As I pondered on how to scale the tree, a little bird approached. It was fat and pink with beady eyes and a tiny black beak. Chirp, chirp! Chirp, chirp! Chirp, chirp! That's what bird sounds like. Chirp, chirp! Chirp, chirp! That's what it sounds like. Don't judge my bird voice. This is what birds sound like. Chirp, chirp! With all of the talking animals and not quite animals in Wonderland, I had an inkling that this one might speak as well. Perhaps it spoke French, like a French bird? Bonjour? Bonjour! Bonjour! It's a French bird. Unfortunately, I knew little French. My practice had grown rusty, so much that the tutors would be ashamed, but I tried to pull out at least one more phrase.
Où est ma chatte?
Chirp! I must have said the wrong words as the poor bird began to tremble.
Parlez-vous anglais? Yes, yes! Chirp, chirp! Cats! No cats, please! What are you doing? What are you doing? Chirp, chirp!
I'm trying to get that key up there. What are you doing, little bird?
Chirp, just having lots of fun every day. Not doing anything in particular. Not doing anything in particular. Now that the Red Queen, I mean Her Majesty, is missing, Wonderland is so much more wonderful. We can play and frolic as we want. Chirp, chirp. Auntie Bird got in trouble for breaking Her Majesty's laws, and now there's no more Auntie Bird. Chirp, chirp. I was so sad, so sad. Her Majesty was scary, so scary. You wouldn't tell me, right? Chirp, chirp, chirp. You look like a nice person. Chirp. Much nicer than her. Much nicer than her.
Oh, I see. So the queen killed a bird?
I'll help you with the key. Chirp.
Puffing out its little chest. I love it when birds do that. I love birds. Birds are so goofy. Birds are so cute. I considered getting a bird too. Before I had my cat, I considered getting a bird. I love birds. This bird clearly doesn't know us. It thinks we are nicer. We are nice! Puffing out its little chest, the bird flapped its wings and took off upward into the sky. It flew and flew and flew, but soon enough became tired. Sorry. Birds are so good, but so loud. Yeah, they are loud, huh? Birds are loud. That's kind of a problem, but I still love birds. I might still want to get one someday. Birds are so cute. Not reaching the key on the tree, the bird faltered and fluttered back down. It dipped its head in disappointment.
Sorry. I couldn't do it, chirp.
Sorry, what? Why the fuck would we kill a bird just because it can't reach the key? Punishment must be served. What? No! We're not gonna kill the bird. Or are we? Now we gotta... Bad chat. Bad chat. The more it chirped, the worse its voice grated on my ears. I picked up the bird in my hand, thinking I should shut it up. You shouldn't offer things you can't accomplish. Ew. Without thinking, I squeezed the bird in my hand. It let out a strangled cry and pecked at any skin it could hit, squirming and wriggling before it went still between my fingers. Now my palm was dirty, dripping with bird. I shook my hand as if that would help get rid of some of the filth and wiped the rest off with a handkerchief that I surely had to throw away. After the failed first attempt at the key, I returned to the White Queen's side. We just killed a freaking bird. Are you guys happy now? Are you happy now? Now that we killed a bird? I didn't want to kill a bird. This is all your fault, chat. Don't come for my neck. Nope. You're not happy? Go back? No. This was your choice. This was your choice. You guys told me to do it, and I did it. And now if you're unhappy with your choice, you have to live with the consequences. You made this choice, you'll live with the consequences of your own actions. Bleh. You killed the bird. I did not. You did it. You wanted to look in the box. That killed me, not an innocent bird. You guys killed the bird. You made it with the knowledge of save points? No, that's not how it works. No. That is not how it works. Now that we have killed the bird, we must live with the consequences. We will live with these consequences. She looked fitting in the cage, pretty, like a flower preserved forever in glass. Again, I thought that she was beautiful. Really, she was beautiful. That's true, Alice. Even so, I couldn't let her stay trapped. Not to mention the Red Queen's leg. I wasn't able to find a way up. Do you have any ideas for what I should do, White Queen? Over there are some mushrooms. If you eat the ones to the left, you will grow. If you eat the ones to the right, you will shrink. I think they will be helpful. Magic mushrooms? Magic shrooms? Magic shrooms. Also, kinda sus. Kinda sussy. Kinda sussy. You're just the voice of my intrusive thoughts. Yeah, tell yourself that to feel better about yourself. Nuh-uh. I was hesitant to eat mushrooms picked from unknown wilderness, but I felt that I could trust the White Queen. Why? I didn't know. Just because she's pretty. Well, this is Wonderland, isn't it? I had forgotten something important. The feeling of forgetting tingled in the back of my mind whenever I saw the White Queen. Weird. Finding the mushroom she pointed out, I faced a choice. There was a little yellow one with black spots in his stem, and a large purple one with white spots in his stem. What do you guys want to do? Grow or shrink? I feel like we should grow to reach the key. To reach the key, we should probably grow. Let's grow. I ate a love mushroom and immediately began to grow. My line of sight rose higher and higher as if I were a bean sprout. Once I stopped growing, I could reach the top of the towering tree if I reached out my arm. Fantastically, my clothes grew with me. I cautiously pinched the silver key and removed it from the tree, holding it lightly so as to not break it with my now giant hands. Let's see. Shrink and go into the cage with the White Queen? I see. Yeah. That's a possibility. Too bad we grew. We're just big now. Sad. Just big. The key I now had, but the cage I could not open. I was much too big. The magic will wear off. In the meantime, would you accompany me to chat, Alice? Bringing the bird back is something I will now be stubborn about for the rest of the stream. Well, that is your own fault. You wanted me to kill the bird. Bad chat. That may be for the best. I would have to wait till I reverted back to my original size to open the door. Is the invitation for tea sometimes still open? Yes, always. Then shall I ask about what sorts of food and tea you like to drink to see what I might expect? What's your favorite tea? White tea. Do you prefer black tea still? How did you know? We chatted for a while about tea. At some point the conversation turned to flowers. Perhaps it was that she felt on floral teas. You're welcome to visit the garden any time. I couldn't find the way to the garden today. Perhaps getting lost had been for the better as I found her in the end. Yes, that happens when I'm not there. But Wonderland should lead you my way if you think of me. At least for you, Alice. That sounds so cute. I have nowhere to be but the garden. She paused, looking at something in the distance that I could not see. Would you believe me if I told you I can see the future? I looked her in the eyes in a certain to calm surety. I didn't feel that she would lie, yet I couldn't quite believe her words either. I wondered what I had forgotten, what I was doubting. Rather than answer, I decided to play along. Can you change the future you see? Why do you ask? Otherwise, isn't it lonesome? I don't believe that the future is predestined, but the solitude of such a power would also be the fate of a queen in this world. Her words sounded contradictory. Even for the Red Queen? Especially for the Red Queen. The White Queen spoke of fate as if still trapped by something more than just this birdcage. I couldn't understand. I wonder what's up with the White Queen, yeah. We talked a little longer. I really wonder what's up with her because something is up with the White Queen. I felt a tingling of my arms and began to revert to my usual size. The world warped and finally popped back into its proper place. I twirled around to check that all was well. Identifying no issues, I picked up the key that I dropped to the ground at some point and inserted it into the lock of the White Queen's birdcage. With a smooth click, the cage unlocked. I opened the door. Yay! She's free! I like the holes here. I like the dress. I really like the sleeves of the dress. It's so cute. Or is it more of a cardigan, maybe? I don't know. I like it. The White Queen stumbled out of the birdcage, her legs still wobbly from sitting in the cage for so long. She let me hold her steady till she rebalanced herself. Thank you. You're welcome. I ought to return to the garden now, but my invitation is always open, Alice. I'll see you later if you're willing. Oh, those are cute shoes! She handed me the Red Queen's leg. It was dressed in a black tight, the shoe red and tied to the ankle with ribbon. Freed from the birdcage, the White Queen departed to return to her garden. I don't like how the music stops. Is the game based on Alice in Wonderland? Yeah. After wandering around some more, I returned to the Hatter's place with the second limb in hand. The day came to an end, but the Hatter's clock remained at tea time. She was arguing with her own hand puppet for some sort of song, some rendition of Twinkle Twinkle. The hair on her hand was flung back and forth. I waited it out, seeing as she started laughing by herself halfway through. Apparently, she couldn't sing. Her expression was a bit lonely. Once her shoulders stopped shaking, the Hatter turned to me. She gave me an awkward smile. Alice, you voyeur! Voyeur? I see you've brought a second one. That one is one, and this one is two. Good work. The Hatter clapped her wrists half a dozen times. Ah! Yay!
Alice, won't you join us for tea again? Hatter's made scones. It has butter.
Thank you for the invitation, Dormouse. Another lonely but happy expression briefly flashed on the Hatter's face. Upon my response to the Dormouse, she immediately brightened up. If it would make the Hatter happy, I didn't see why not just play along. Leg! Setting aside her puppet friend, she extended an open palm toward me. I proceeded to commit lèse-majesty by tossing the limb over the Hatter's tea table to her. I took a seat in my armchair, seeing her clumsily catch it in her arms. At my seat, there was already a cup of tea prepared. With her free hand, the Hatter opened up the dog cage and retrieved the other limb. Do you need any help with that? She winked. I have everything under control. Without another pause, the Hatter stuck the limbs onto the Red Queen's torso. Ugh. What? This is so strange. The flesh sounded with a squelch as the muscle, skin, and bone began to knit into place. Still a red line remained where the limbs connected. Huh. Weird. I mean... would the Red Queen really be dead, or can she, like, regenerate like that? Looks like she can regenerate. That's kind of weird, huh? I wonder. Regenerating. Maybe. So this is why nobody could ever really remove the Red Queen's head in the original story. I have to be real honest with you guys. I don't know the original story that well. I took a bite of a scone. As the Hatter said, it had butter. The Red Queen's incomplete body twitched, something squirming under the skin. I spread some clotted cream and jam into the scone. The perfect blend of sweetness made me wonder where she got the jam. It was very red. Like blood, perhaps? Ow! The Hatter became disgruntled, frowning. A single arm grabbed at the Hatter, smacking as it squirmed. Ah, the Red Queen just likes removing other people's heads, so the fact that nobody had done it back to her yet is now apparent. Ah, I see. Interesting. Ah, so they went that route in this game. That's quite interesting, actually. The Hatter kicked the incomplete Red Queen, rendering the limbed hunk of meat paralyzed with shock. The Hatter forced its limbs off. Ew. Combining food and body horror is another level of disturbing. Yeah, it is so disturbing. Food and body horror, it is so disturbing. A bit of blood and something else dripped on the ground. Gripping the writhing limbs in her hands, the Hatter popped open the dog cage door with her feet and checked them in. With a thud into the cage, the arm and leg went. Good scones. Thank you. You mentioned you also had some business with the Red Queen, Hatter, but what is it? Something to do with red, something to do with flesh. I realized that I didn't quite know. Well, killing her, taking her apart maybe? I don't know. She gave a wide smile. A personal matter, Alice. I preferred you if you don't pry. I was the one gathering the pieces, so of course I wanted to know. Then again, the Hatter could just as well put the corpse together herself. A better question was how she obtained that first chunk of meat, but I doubted she would answer. I was curious after all. Not every Hatter keeps the Red Queen's dismembered body at their table, much less treats it like you do. The White Rabbit is searching for the Red Queen right now, you see? And the Red Queen is right here. At least, part of her was. Uh-oh. No one likes the White Rabbit. Why didn't you tell her, Alice? Well, I didn't feel like it. The White Rabbit was boring. I had the feeling that telling her anything about the corpse sitting with us wouldn't help me much. You've saved me from the dungeon in that dark, dank place. A hat's not enough for the cold. Dungeons here aren't for keeping, but for killing. I see. Let's commit lèse-majesté together. Surely the Red Queen will forgive us for piecing her together. I much prefer this Mad Hatter. No, Alice, this is much closer to blasphemy. We have no choice but to beg the wrathful God for forgiveness, don't you know? I couldn't help but think of Osiris, the judge of the dead, cut to pieces by his own brother. Oh my god, you guys. Yeah, you guys. Egyptian mythology coming back to haunt us. I was thinking of AI the Somnium Files just now. If so was, oh my god. We gotta talk about a different game for a second, but AI the Sun, would So have been killed by his own brother? Does he have a brother? Pink hair! Casually theorizes about AI in a different game. There is no escape. Yeah. Dun dun dun. It's the same game. It is the same game. We're playing AI the Somnium Files after all. Whoops. This is actually a Somnium! Somnium! Somnium scan, activate! Hello! Welcome! Good to see you again! That would be a plot twist if this was just a Somnium. Yeah, oh my god, imagine. I couldn't help but think of Osiris, the judge of the dead, cut to pieces by his own brother. Even a god king, rather a god queen, could be chopped up and rendered helpless. The tutors would be proud of me for remembering. Is that so? It'll be good working with you, Hatter. I offered a hand to shake. Seeing her hesitation, I expected her to reject my outstretched hand, but she instead grabbed my finger with an expression filled with uncertainty. I thought that she would try to pull my finger off. However, she only gripped me weakly and shook it up and down before letting go once more. She was a bit gloomier for the time after. Night fell and another day ended. What did I dream of? I must have forgotten. Only 2 more limbs and a head remained. I continued on my adventure to collect the Red Queen so that I could finally meet her and find a way back home. Step, step, step. I walked around this upside-down world. In between my explorations of Wonderland, I chatted with the Hatter, and she made a certain inquiry. What do you want to go back to at home? What indeed? Alice, Alice, what was waiting for you at home? I counted off my fingers. 2 sisters, 2 cats, a large empty home, books, and tutors. With my sisters, Lori and Edie, I was not particularly close. The older Lorena and the younger Edith, intelligent Lorena, and precocious Edith, they seemed to live in their own world apart from Alice. I preferred the cats, a white cat and a black cat. The former was cute, a little beauty like the White Queen, and the latter, a little devil. As for the books, our library seemed endless. We had so many books that I could drown. Maybe a pile had collapsed on me and I was dying, suffocating under the pages so terribly that I fell into Wonderland. The tutors would be so mad. The books were ruined. I winced at the phantom stinging the back of my legs. The poor ruler, I could already see it go red. That was my world. A boring, normal, plain world where animals didn't talk and corpses didn't move, where I hadn't needed to think of much at all. I was Alice, and that place was Alice's place. I fiddled with my fingers, grasping for the correct expression to wear. A smile. A smile was always safe. I'll be off then. Step, step, step. I traversed about this place, which was not Alice's place, my place. Once again, I was in the forest in the daytime. I was walking around searching for clues for where the next limbs or even head could be when I heard the sound of conversation. Oh! That is an odd pair, huh? I followed the noise and found the oddest pair, a rabbit and a cat. The rabbit seemed upset. On the contrary, the cat was grinning deviously. Ask the Hatter! The rabbit made an indignant smile. Ha!
Hatter, that Mad Hatter? She's more cuckoo than the bird, a real nuisance. The only silver lining is how now that a rat and a hare are out of the way, she's become more of a recluse. My ears are still ringing from the time we had to pull peasants off the street to sing for guests.
She sneered.
The courts have stopped working. The kingdom's falling into anarchy. We've got filth on the ground left and right.
Up and down too. The rabbit became angry.
Shut up, you damn cat! The fucking criminal pretending to be a cat!
Okay, rabbit, calm down, girl.
If we weren't so busy, I'd send the carts to chain you up and throw you back into the dungeons where you belong.
The cat grinned as she taunted the rabbit.
Scary threats from a rabbit. Listen up. Your name is still on top of the list for execution, cat. Don't think you can do whatever you want. Now I've got to...
Alice! The white rabbit made a puking sound. The blood drained from her face when she met my eyes. She looked terrified. The Cheshire jeered. Hello. Did I interrupt the conversation?
No, not at all. Hello, Alice. I hope we weren't too loud. The cat and I were just making some small talk. How have you been?
Well enough. And you?
Well enough as well.
Well. What about me? Well, are you well? It depends. I'm a cat. The cat's punchline met silence. Are you two friends? The rabbit knows about the bird. When do we bring it back? Never. Never. You made this choice. Now live with it. The rabbit frowned.
No.
The cat grinned. Yes.
Our circles rarely overlap. We only happened to meet and talk today by coincidence.
The cat made a mock frown. I'm hurt, Bunny. I thought we were friends.
Treasure Cat, please refrain from giving me unsolicited nicknames.
The cat smiled. Bunny? You two seem to get along. No, not really. They didn't seem to get along at all. I just liked how the white rabbit thought that she could lie straight to my face about what they were talking about before. Lie? That was what the queen's courtiers ought to do. I feel like they're enemies to lovers. Maybe. They'll look cute together. They would look cute together. Bunny is just a tsundere. Yeah. Hilarious. After a short three-way chat, the white rabbit pulled me to the side for a private conversation.
I have an invitation for you, Alice.
The white rabbit reached into her coat, retrieving an envelope from an inner pocket. She held it out to me.
The Duchess has invited you to her endless party. If you're interested in attending, it is and will always be held at her manor.
Ooh. All these cute anime girls. When do we get hot anime guys? Yeah, I think this is just girls. Everyone in this game is a girl, yeah. So far. Right, you're fine with the anime girls? Me too. I took the outstretched invitation. When is it? She gave a smile.
On and on indefinitely. Ever since Her Majesty has gone missing, the Duchess has been holed up in her manor holding a grand ball day and night. If I didn't know better, I would think that she was celebrating.
The rabbit frowned as she looked into the distance.
But she wouldn't be so foolish.
I see. Thank you for the invitation. Tracing an oddly familiar wax seal upon the envelope, I fiddled with the invitation in my hand. I wondered where I had seen it before. The rabbit smiled.
I live to serve, Alice. What a relief. A burden is lifted off my shoulders now that this invitation is delivered. If it pleases you to attend, I hope you have an enjoyable time.
Why does she have two pairs of ears, human ears and rabbit ears? To hear with, duh! Duh! To hear well with, duh! Ears are for hearing.
The Duchess certainly knows how to throw parties. And the nobility of Wonderland know how to party.
I tucked the invitation away. The rabbit smiled, a distant look in her eyes. Is there anything else? Her attention returned to me.
No, that is all. I won't bother you any further. Just excuse me, Alice, and have a nice day.
Bowing her head a few times, she made her way away, and soon was out of sight. And off she goes. The cat's eyes narrowed with a grin. We were talking about something too. That white rabbit, she only cares about the Mad Queen. Her grin became mischievous. I've got a little secret about the Rat Queen, just a little bit of gossip. Do you want to hear? Certainly. I want to hear that gossip. Gossip.
I was in a bit of a stump trying to find the rest of the Red Queen. The first 2 pieces came along quite easily, as if delivered on a silver platter, but now I had to find some more clues. I waited for the cat to speak again, glancing at her flickering tail. She gestured for me to come closer. When I moved in, she flicked me sharply on the forehead, "Choo!" cursing me to recoil in surprise and stumble back. "I never said I would say." "Try finding me later, Alice." Oh, only that face. Before I could respond to her provocation, she disappeared into thin air, leaving a grin floating before me for a short moment more. "That is, if you can." With a flicker, the grin too vanished. What did the rabbit call her again, Alice? I ran my fingers through my bangs and sighed. Looking around, I was alone on my search again.
What do you guys want to do? You guys want to go to a party or search for treasure? I wanna see the party kind of, but if you guys want to look for treasure instead, let me know. It's a tough choice. I feel like the party is nice, but I also feel like being with treasure is a party in and of itself. I'll be lurking, Yuri. Have fun. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for coming again. Thank you for coming. I also don't say thank you, thank you. And I hope you have a good night. Hope you have a good night. Para. You like treasure. Let's go with treasure. Kitty cat? Kitty cat, kitty cat, kitty cat. Maybe we can crash the party together with treasure. Why does everything have blood splatters on it? Okay, let's go for treasure. I returned to the path. I couldn't leave the cat's matter alone. Thinking of her taunting flick, I had no idea where she could be, for she always appeared and disappeared as she pleased. Oh! And we go back. I returned to the endless tea party. I had a quick chat with the Hatter to find out. Are you acquainted with the Cheshire Cat? The Hatter's eyes narrowed. Cheshire? The Hatter moved dormouse as if she were upset. She's scary. The Hatter moved the March Hare as if he was exasperated. Always stays up in the trees. The Hatter smiled as she spoke. She's usually around the northern end of the forest. The cat always says she has business, so she can't stay for tea. Even though I never invited her? She just invited herself? The Hatter grinned. Yes, we're acquaintances, but definitely not friends. If you're looking for the cat, don't bring her back here. We're low on seats as is. And then she sneered. Next thing you know, you'll have to be chopped up to fit in a teapot. Ta-ta! The trio of one gave me a Johnny wave. Taking the Hatter's words, I started off to explore the forest's mountain north. I walked down many twists and turns, stumbling across uneven ground. The path was rougher here and the foliage thicker. I found not another living being in sight, no cats nor others. After a while, I reached a place with 2 signs pointing opposite directions. One read cliff and the other not a cliff. I let out a chuckle, though there were straightforward enough signs, but I couldn't see where they led past bushes blocking beyond their arrows. Ding-ling! 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 The ring of a small bell entered my ears, followed by the clatter of metal shackles. Chicka-chicka-chicka. Cheshire Cat? I received no response. Accompanying me here was only the breeze that would sometimes hit the leaves of the trees around me. I heard a soft rustling noise, but when I looked toward the sound, I saw nothing. I tilted my head to look further upward and... Ah! What? Oh my god, that scared me. The world shifted. The air was pushed out of my lungs. A black and orange blur crashed down on me with great momentum from the sky, slamming me to the ground. Bro. Why is the Cheshire Cat attacking us? If my head had hit a different way, my skull would have been a cracked egg on the ground. I moved just in time to harshly bang my shoulder instead. What? Is she gonna kill us? I thought I'd get it done in one shot. The blur of the Cheshire Cat filled my spinning field of view. She wrapped both hands around my neck, digging in with her sharp nails. Her left arm flickered in and out of existence as if it wasn't really there, creating an unbalanced pressure above my throat. The music is very, very good though. Never mind, I don't like her anymore. Whoops. Yeah, there are a lot of Alice in Wonderland games, yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's a popular theme. It's a good theme. Oh, what the fuck? Her grip tightened, drawing blood. I couldn't breathe. She squeezed even tighter. I tried to pry her fingers off with my own. My twitching hands clawed at her constricting grip and even scratched my own neck. More than the pain of the flesh wounds, I was going lightheaded from the lack of air. I just barely forced her off my neck. I wheezed, coughing to catch her breath. She grabbed my collar, grip on the left flickering in and out, and slammed me back to the ground after lifting me up a little. Well, I couldn't even ask why she was doing this as vertigo overwhelmed me. Kicking and flailing randomly, I managed to push her off for a moment. I had to reorient myself, get to my feet, just roll away from her somehow. Which way? Which way? Cliff or not a cliff? Should we? Maybe we can push her off the cliff. Cheshire. Or maybe she will push us off the cliff. This is a difficult decision. I feel like not a cliff is not gonna not be a cliff. I feel like they're both gonna be cliffs. The cliff was not a cliff, right? Right! You are smart. You want to go with cliff just to see if there's really a cliff. Cliff is dangerous, but it seems like she's gonna kill you either way. Let's go with cliff then. I tumbled through the bushes in the direction labeled as a cliff. The signs around here had nonsense written on them many times more than not. As I expected, my chosen direction had no cliff in sight. I shakily got to my feet and watched the cat do so as well. She immediately lunged at me again. This time I was more prepared. I kneed her in the stomach as she approached, grabbing her right shoulder and twisting while hooking my foot on hers. Forcing her arm down, I heard a slight cracking noise and made her fall to the ground with a thump. Just in case, I kicked her away a bit. Her body was light like a cat. I'm waiting for an explanation. She started to fade away, but I stepped on her before she could get away. After a quick struggle, she relented and got up to her feet without any further fading. The cat snarled, dusting off her body. The Cheshire Cat frowned. I hadn't realized who you were before. My cloak may have had a hood, but you've seen my face many times already, Cheshire Cat. She scowled. Wonderland's twisted up in time. She jeered. That sort of logic doesn't work here. It's mad. All mad! You might be Alice, but who is Alice? Now that's the question we have to ask. Her lips curled into a mocking smile. To start with, you don't know anything. Do you even know who you are, Alice? I'm Alice, that is all. That was my sole truth. She returned to her frown, deep in thought. But who in the world is Alice? An outsider? A temporary visitor? I've just about figured out the most important part. If you figured it out, I don't suppose you'd tell me. I feel like maybe Alice is the Red Queen in this story. You are... She grimaced in pain. She pressed her hand against her head. Then she took on a jeer. Somehow you're much too similar to the Mad Queen. Oh, about the Mad Queen. You've been looking for her, but let me tell you this. She's been dead for a while now. Although I think you should already know. She scowled. I can't put it into words for some reason. Maybe it's just the way you look at the world, but you're definitely the same type of person. In which way? Are you just trusting some gut feeling, some delusion that I might be the same as someone whom I've never met? Or, as you say, someone who is long dead? She stared at me with determination. This world can't afford another Red Queen, not even the chance of one. She vanished, taking the chance in our conversation. Criminals needed to be locked up. I looked all around, hearing the faintest sound of her shackles telling me that she was nearby, but I could not see her actual presence. So why don't you do me a favor, Alice? Just go ahead and die. Her voice danced through the air formlessly. You have no qualification to enact your form of justice, Cat. That really is just like her to say. She appeared behind me and attacked again. Uh-oh. 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 We fell to the ground to tussle once more. She clawed me a few times, but I gradually gained the advantage. The cat favored her right arm. Rather, her left arm acted transient, coming in and out of existence, forcing her to avoid relying on it. Her handicap forced her to falter more than my now numb shoulder did me. She fought like an animal. To be fair, she was an animal, biting, clawing, and all the likes. She came at me with the intent to kill. We continued till we were both bloodied and bruised. I punched her straight in the face, causing her to bite her tongue and choke up a mouthful of red. Her head bounced on the ground, throwing her next moves into disarray. I hit the cat again and again. Doing this with my bare hands wasn't exhilarating as much as it was just a matter of fact. I had decided that I preferred this nuisance out of my hair. I noticed that her right arm was stitched on. The arm felt familiar, as if it didn't belong to the Cheshire Cat. Alice, that cat, was also a thief. I wanted that arm. Shall we continue the animal cruelty? Tearing it off? Let's go for it. Tearing it off. I mean, I don't feel like asking for it. Yeah, I don't think she's gonna give it to us. Me neither. I don't think she's gonna give it to us. We're gonna have to tear it off. Let's just do that. I grabbed hold of the Cheshire Cat's right arm and pulled. The cat screamed. The arm creaked. Be quiet for a bit, won't you? As I pulled, I heard a myriad of tearing and ripping noises, sounds that human flesh should not make. She screamed herself hoarse, shaking under me. Feeling her erratic gasps, I figured that she could barely breathe. Her eyes dilated, crying. From the gurgling I heard from her throat, I guessed that she must have been fully through her tongue. I dug my fingers into her arm even more harshly to wrench it off. Oh! That sound is disgusting. That sound was disgusting. Slowly but steadily, I removed the arm from the cat through brute force. With a final squelch, the arm popped off from where it had been attached. The cat also stopped making noise around that time. Blood splattered all over me, dirtying my clothes and the limb I sought to retrieve. Really a little annoying. The red dripped all over the grass around us. I sat on our prone body for a moment to rest. Looking at my handiwork, I wondered if perhaps I had gone a little too far. However, it was better to get trouble out of the way. I wobbled to my feet. I kicked the body, ascertaining that she was unconscious. Unconscious or already dead? Holding the arm in one hand, I dragged the cat along the ground. I left 2 trails of red behind me, one from the cat and one from the recently detached limb. In the direction labeled not a cliff was a cliff. What a convenient garbage disposal spot. I hauled the cat's body as close to the cliff's edge as I could, placing the arm on the ground to free up my hands. I lifted her and flung her off the cliff. An issue was disposed of. Now, there was no more Treasure Cat. I picked up the severed right arm. The limb appeared different now that it was detached from the cat. It more resembled its fellow limbs, sans the regal torn sleeve. The broken shekel about its wrist fell off without me having to do a thing. Alice, Alice, did you recognize this arm? Yes, I answered. This was the Red Queen's arm. A jolt of pain burst through my head. I did not know why I knew, and amidst my agony, I did not have the heart to care. I stumbled, clutching my head. The world warped and blurred around me. I felt dizzy looking at the distorted landscape, or perhaps my dizziness itself distorted to the landscape into an undulating thing that made me want to vomit. As my adrenaline drained, the results of the fight began to show themselves. My whole body felt sore. The raging headache pounding in my skull would not subside. Black and red began to fill my vision. Oh, the ground shifted beneath my feet. Maybe falling. Alice was falling. What? My world turned to darkness, and all I heard was laughter. Thump. What? What happened? I slowly opened my blurry eyes to the sky. It was a starry night sky. Very beautiful night sky, if you ask me. A terrible headache battered my skull. I felt as if I had forgotten something very important. We're looking at Yuri again. Yup. Let's go. So disoriented I was, I had no idea where I was. I patted around me and noticed that I still had the limb I just retrieved with me. My head hurt. Hearing footsteps, I pushed myself up to a sitting position and saw her. Oh, wait. Who did we see? I want to see the White Queen. I love her. But do we want to have the White Queen see us like this? I don't know. We'll see what happens. I love the White Queen, though. Ooh. Looking around, I found that I was at the White Queen's garden. A raspy sound flowed out of my throat like gravel. Swallowing, I let out a grumble from the discomfort. I rolled to my side in discomfort before turning about again, feeling both a heat burning the back of my neck and a chill running through my whole body. Alice, you still caught colds like this? You were already so big. I blamed the cat. The voice in my head, you too could blame the cat. Drink some water, Alice. The White Queen appeared by my side with a cup of warm water. Lifting the cup to my mouth, she slowly tilted it for me to drink. Clumsy as she was, much of the water spilled past my lips. The White Queen gonna save us? That's quite cute! Cute! She's saving us! Then she retrieved a bowl of unidentifiable... Oh, fuck. Unidentifiable dark liquid that smelled not quite like wine, yet not quite like anything else either. I had some medicine prepared for you. It should help you get better. I opened my mouth like a baby bird. Ah! As she moved a spoonful of medicine toward me. As it entered my mouth, I recoiled in disgust, sputtering at the taste. The metal of the spoon knocked against my throat, throwing me into a coughing fit and spilling the spoonful. Alice, are you alright? The White Queen quickly moved the spoon away.
Taking a wet towel from a fairy light, she wiped away the spilled medicine.
This is just medicine.
It's bitter. Must I drink it all?
The medicine is good for you, Alice. In this world, there are many painful, bitter things that are good for you. So, it would be best if you take it.
I cannot disagree, but the way her voice dipped made my heart ache.
Casually committing a violent route unless the other routes kill you? Yeah, I don't know.
I wanted to disagree. Disregarding the taste that made me want to hurl, I took the bowl from her and gulped the medicine all down. I resisted gagging as I swallowed.
Gah. Bitter. This medicine was much too bitter. My eyes watered from disgust. Good, Alice.
She petted my head, then she popped a piece of candy into my mouth. A sweet, milky flavor melted in my mouth, masking the bitter but not completely ridding my tongue of its misfortune. Sweet. The candy was sweet. I liked sweet. After I finished the candy, the White Queen gave me some more warm water and had me continue laying down to rest. White Queen, you're a little clumsy, but I appreciate you taking care of me. I haven't had anyone. She held my hand and squeezed reassuringly that she was here. Thank you. I let out a yawn, feeling a haze float into my mouth. Perhaps the medicine had begun to take effect.
No, Alice, you're different from her. She never, ever showed me this side. Not even at the very end. Not even then.
She murmured to herself, thinking that I would not hear. Alice, perhaps she was looking at you now. Although she was always looking far away, perhaps at this moment she was looking at you even just a little. My eyelids grew so heavy that I couldn't keep my eyes open any longer.
Good night, Alice. We get a kiss.
She laid a kiss on my forehead. Kiss, 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 kiss. Kiss! Too tired to say anything in response, I fell into the realm of dreams. Is it getting warm in here? Is it that just Yuri? Kiss, kiss, fall in love. I love you. She gave me a kiss on the forehead. I love her. I love her. Gave me a kiss on the forehead. Gave me a kiss on the forehead. A kiss on the forehead. After a few days of rest under the White Queen's care, I recovered to full health. I never wanted to taste medicine again. She gave a sheepish smile.
Sounds like we scored! Yeah, let's go! If we remove the White Queen's sad, she will be the most sane person here?
Perhaps, huh?
When you assemble the Red Queen, will you come visit again?
Maybe, if I have the chance before I go. The White Queen appeared disappointed. Bidding goodbye to the White Queen, I stopped by the Hatter's place to drop off a limb. I then returned to the path. The Red Queen was nearly assembled, missing only her head and a fourth limb. Onward I continued with my search, so that she could send me home. I took out the invitation that the White Rabbit had delivered to me. Running my fingers against the paper of the envelope and the imprint on the wax seal, some sort of animal, I tore the invitation open. Inside, I found a card and read it to myself.
Alice, the Duchess requests the honor of your presence at her ball. Today, tomorrow, time eternal. The Duchess's estate. The manor. I see. I see. I see. I see. I see. What if the White Queen turns out to be the bad guy? What if the White Queen turns out to be the bad guy? I really hope not. And if she is the bad guy, I like me a bad girl, man. I'm in for that. I'm up for that. Yeah. You are required to bring a companion. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Are you guys thinking what I'm thinking? Flipping the card over, I noticed something of a crudely drawn map. I followed the lines of the map and somehow pinpointed where I was in relation to the manor. I've no problems falling for a bad girl that looks that cute. Yup. Me neither, me neither. White Queen, wanna go on a date? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking. Maybe. I held nothing to bring to a party, nor did I have a readily available guest. I pondered about whether I should go or not, seeing as that I could put it off indefinitely, but with the Red Queen's part still missing, perhaps someone there would know. A duchess should have been close to the queen, for example. That, at least, the tutors had mentioned. As for the +1, my mind wandered to my few human acquaintances in Wonderland. I'm gonna save everywhere for, like, later going back off stream, but yeah, we know who we're gonna ask. We already know who it's gonna be. It's gonna be the White Queen. I invited the White Queen, feeling that she would be most fitting a guest to a noble's ball. I found her in her garden. She gave me a pleasant smile. White Queen, won't you accompany me to a ball? She appeared contemplative. Contemplative? A small frown adorned her features. I will attend if you would like me to. I'm not much for parties, but just this once with you will be alright. To whose ball and when? The Duchess's ball. The White Rabbit gave me an invitation to what she claimed to be an endless party. The bird must be brought back, obviously. Imagine if we get the plot twist climax and need small flying creature to win and there's nothing there and we die. Then that is the consequences of your actions! That is the consequence of your own action. I dug out the invitation and let the White Queen see. The White Queen smiled. The Duchess's ball? Then we should be in no hurry. Alice, would you try on a dress? It seems fitting, for we are going to a ball, but you might not have one as you aren't from around these parts. She seemed excited. At my nod, she had a whole wardrobe of dresses and accessories brought out and let me try them on. Dress up game! Dress up game! Dress up game! Shopping montage! Shopping montage! Lace and frills, silk and cotton, ribbons of various colors and glittering gems. What a variety! Not a single thing had been touched or worn before, as if unwanted gifts. They were pretty, but not quite her. The White Queen looked a bit shy, a bit amused. I might understand why children like to doll up pretty girls. I'm not particularly... We tried a number of different outfits. I changed into the next dress, a red dress. Feeling the comfortable fabric on my skin, I twirled around to feel the dress. The White Queen appeared hesitant, sad even. Red suits you, Alice. It does, doesn't it? For a moment, her gaze went far, far away. Or perhaps not today. Must I wear a dress? Women in suits! Suit? Can we wear a suit? I did not plan to be here for long enough to deal with the consequences, even if I particularly offended anyone. My plan was, and continues to be, to gather the Red Queen to leave. Therefore, it would realign her gaze, then I preferred not to wear a dress. No, you need not worry about a dress. If you would prefer not to, the Duchess won't be bothered. She smiled. I did say that I could see the future, did it not? Let me reassure you of that, Alice. She too seemed relieved I chose not to wear this dress. The dress must have been tailored for some special, as it didn't match the White Queen at all. I changed back to my own clothes, feeling my cloak snug around me. This suits me best. Oh, wait, wrong voice. This suits me best. In exchange for that fun, will you allow me to do your makeup? I don't see why not. Fairy servants lugged over a makeup kit, bowing to me and her as they set it down. Oh yeah! Makeup night with the girls! This is good content! I love this game. We get makeup night with the queen! I looked at her face, the curve of her jawline, the shape of her lips. Seeing her up close, I felt a little flustered because she was so pretty. With the tools given, I traced over her features. Alice, was she not already perfect? What was there to even cover up and make more beautiful? Truly, this was my white bird. Whose? Not wanting to ruin her features, I drew very little on, only dusting a light layer of blush on her cheeks. My hand hesitated. The whole while, she smiled. She shifted when the brush tickled her. She leaned in toward my touch, looking as if she would kiss me, and caused my heart to flutter and blood to rush to my head. Fiddling with the makeup tools, I retreated. That should be all. I didn't poke you, did I? I felt not a thing at all. Alice, you are in fact a very gentle person. Tell that to the bird we killed. Right? Right? A fairy servant brought her a mirror, called with a simple gesture from the White Queen. Looking upon my handiwork, I found that she looked no different from before, pretty and white. Still, she seemed pleased. What if we have to kill our girlfriend in the end? Well, let me enjoy this moment. Just let me enjoy this moment. Let me just enjoy this moment. Hey. As I decided not to dress up, the White Queen chose to do the same. Shall we go? I extended a hand toward her. The White Queen looked sheepish. Certainly. She called a carriage, a pretty crystal thing whose coachman sat invisibly but with a shadow. The horses too were nowhere to be seen like fairies. We entered the carriage and off it went. Killing the White Queen just as we killed the bird? No! No! What if the White Queen is a bird? Actually. What if she's like a dove or something? I looked outside the window, seeing familiar yet unfamiliar scenery. Some places I had never passed by, even when coming to her garden. Castle! Our ride stopped amongst a number of other carriages. I aligned, helping her down, and we walked up to the Duchess's manor. What if the White Queen is the Red Queen? I don't think so. I don't think so. But, I mean, you don't know. I don't know. Maybe. Nah, I don't think so. I think she's a bird, but we'll see, we'll see. I'm not too sure, honestly. It resembled a large white castle towering against the day sky with pointed roofing. The guard stopped us at the entrance.
Halt. Please show your invitation card.
I handed the guard the card. He looked it over, glancing at me and the White Queen before stiffening in surprise.
Your Majesty the White Queen?
Making eyes toward another guard, the guard gestured and led us inward, a few steps through the entranceway. The guard's fellow quickly darted inside as if to report the appearance of a rare visitor.
To enter, guests must provide an arm. The arm will be returned to you whenever you wish to leave the party.
Wait, what? What? An arm? A limb? The guard nodded.
Yes, I'm afraid I cannot make an exception for anyone.
Wait, I can't say more? Oh wait, I can. Offer my own arm or offer the Red Queen's arm? I thought we were dropping it off. We dropped it off. I thought we had dropped it off at the Mad Hatter's place, but apparently we didn't. Shall we offer our own or offer the Red Queen's? Hi, Lord Theo, welcome! Welcome. I feel like we will start drama. If we offer the Red Queen's arm, let's do it. I'm in for some drama. An arm, a limb. Certainly I had one I could obtain from the Mad Hatter. Oh, we have to go back to get it. I glanced toward the White Queen, thinking of how I had never mentioned the Hatter and my agreement. That agreement of blasphemy and lèse-majesté. For reasons unknown, I felt strongly that the White Queen knew more about the Red Queen's dismemberment than I did. Perhaps she did not lie about knowing the future. Alice, of course she did. Let's go ask the Hatter. The Hatter? The one who lives in the woods and cannot sing? Are there many Hatters in Wonderland? Perhaps there were, just not many satisfactory enough. Without asking any further questions, she followed my lead to go find the Hatter. I feel like this might end wrong. I feel like maybe the Hatter might get jealous. Arriving at the Hatter's place, I found the Hatter having her usual tea time, chatting with the puppets on her hands. She spotted us, sitting up straighter in her seat, seeming surprised at seeing the White Queen. A darkness stirred in her mismatched eyes as she saw my guest. The Hatter seemed to sneer. Your Majesty, the White Queen?
No room. 3, 4, 5?
5's enough for all the people in this world. The White Queen appeared troubled as the Hatter continued to sneer. Don't be so rude to Your Majesty, the White Queen. You wouldn't want your heads to go flying again. I didn't bother to take a seat this visit, knowing that if I were to lounge in my armchair, I would stay there with the Hatter for much too long. We aren't here for tea, Hatter. The White Queen smiled a little. The Hatter, too, gave me a friendly and pleasant expression as I spoke. A real shame. But rather an arm, preferably detached from anything else. Yes? The Hatter looked down at her own limbs. The White Queen looked hesitant. One of that person's would suffice. We only need to borrow one for a bit. The White Queen gave the Hatter a shy smile. An arm would be appreciated, Hatter. The Hatter gave a wide grin. Is that so? Then she gave a cheeky wink. Your Majesty, you'd like to borrow a limb? I'm surprised. After all, you were the one who did that. Did you lose it? What I mean to ask is, Did you lose your trash? She did what? She did, what exactly? The White Queen frowned at the Hatter's words, her brows furrowed in anger. I have no idea what you're talking about. The Hatter grinned again. Oh, I forgot that it was supposed to be a secret. I suppose I shouldn't show my gratitude and instead reflect on my rudeness. My sincerest apologies. The White Queen appeared troubled as the Hatter sneered. Sorry, ma'am. Didn't mean to mention the choppity chop.
Our heads haven't been the same since they fell off the first time.
A bit of an open secret, don't you think? The White Queen looked disgusted. Well. I ask you not to speak of that matter. I understand.
Our lips are sealed. Zip tighter than tight.
A sad expression adorned the White Queen's features. Regarding that arm, Hatter, she finally smiled a little when I spoke. The Hatter grinned. Of course, Alice. You were the one who found it. The Hatter hopped over to the dog cage and kicked it open, pulling an arm out like a bear fishing from a stream. She looked quite devilish. She held it far from her as it began to flail and chucked it my way over the table. The White Queen looked troubled. The limb flew an uneven arc through the air, forcing me to dash towards the piece of meat. I just barely caught it in my arms, nearly stumbling into the White Queen who stood near me. The White Queen chop her up?
Well, seems like it.
Her arm. The White Queen's eyes bored into the severed arm with a distorted intensity. There was a smile on her face. The Hatter grinned with her brows still knit in a devilish manner. Bring it back later, Alice! I will. The White Queen frowned. Anyway, saying goodbye to the Hatter, we returned to the Duchess' manor. The guard greeted us and we handed over the arm we retrieved. His gaze lingered on the White Queen's after ascertaining the validity of the arm as an entrance fee. Even he must have noticed that she seemed reluctant to part with the limb. The guard handed our entrance fee off to a servant who put it into a sealed box and took it away for safekeeping nonetheless. I'm starting to take back me saying the White Queen is the only sane one. Yup. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. We'll see.
Please enter, esteemed guests.
Ooh, the ballroom is pretty. Cute music, too. We arrived at the Duchess ballroom. It kind of reminds me of like the party scenes in Long Live the Queen. The floor was wide open and remarkably polished. Golden chandeliers hung above, the light reflecting against the floor. A few chairs sat between the large rounded windows. A painting set on the farthest wall. Although the hostess was nowhere to be found, servants milled around the floor with refreshments for the guests. Ooh. A quartet performed in the front. Food set at the tables to the sides of the room. All around were faceless people dressed up like clowns. Ooh, pretty though. The moment the White Queen stepped foot into the room, all heads turned toward her. A horde approached us, circling around the White Queen so that she could not easily escape.
Yet they kept their distance as if gazing upon a rare zoo animal. Greetings to your majesty, the White Queen. Have you been well? We have nothing but gratitude for all you have done for this kingdom in the face of tyranny? Her majesty was, oh no, was this still a difficult topic to speak of? You'll jinx it. If you speak of the devil will appear. Your majesty, won't you come visit the marquisdom? Your white hair is as beautiful as snow today. No wonder you are so adored. Your beauty was such that even she was so enamored with your presence. She was, we shouldn't speak of her. I wish I could touch her skin. You did us a good deed. A paragon of virtue. The heavens must sing your praises. You are truly the queen with the divine right to watch over Wonderland. It must weigh heavily on you to have had to take such drastic measures. But what are your plans now on the empty throne? The rabbit, an animal, still thinks that she can be found. This is what we get for letting vermin rise up the ranks, but no one else wanted to be in that position. You say that because you're incompetent. Truly, this kingdom might fall into disarray, your majesty. Do you have any intentions for who should be delegated to rebuild Wonderland? You've worked so hard, so why not take a good rest and let others do the dirty work? My husband is always... Your husband isn't exactly here right now. Wasn't he banned for making a ruckus? Your majesty, please don't take offense, but I know a wonderful place, brilliant volcanic springs, to recuperate from being locked away for so long. If you would consider my brother... The White Queen appeared quite bored. White Queen! My hand brushed against hers. I was sick of hearing all the drivel leaking from the faceless crowd's mouths like half-chewed slop. She nodded. She took on a professional expression. We must go to see the Duchess now to talk about the matters of the Red Queen. Upon mentioning of the Red Queen from the White Queen's mouth, the pigs surrounding the White Queen collectively gasped and took a few steps back. Could it be? She nodded ambiguously, causing them to scatter with one excuse or another. Weird. There was a smile on her face. Soon a servant approached, telling us that the Duchess was ready to meet us in the parlor, that we could head over as soon as we wanted. Her smile turned troubled. I spoke too soon. Was that simply a bluff to make them back away? Yes. It may just as well that we meet with the Duchess because you are searching for the Red Queen to find your way back home. Shall we, Alice? I followed the White Queen through the manor hallways, which are also very pretty, glancing left and right at familiar and unfamiliar. The long hallways were just as regal as the ballroom, red carpets rolled out along their lengths. Alice, the Duchess, must have redecorated. What unspoken good deed had you done that swine, those nobility, would not leave you alone, White Queen? She made a sad smile. Absolutely nothing. Nothing, you say? Nothing, you say? I don't quite believe that. She stopped. I stopped.
The Duchess welcomes you.
The guard before our room bowed and opened the door, letting us into the Duchess' parlor. It was quite open, with 2 brown sofas on either end of a coffee table for guests. Tasteful and subtle art pieces hung up on the wall. One of an angel on one wall, and another of a devil on the opposite. Lit by the natural lighting streaming in from the windows was a desk that sat before the guests' sitting area. Inside sat a featureless woman who hid her face. Instinct told me that she was ugly, yet I could not see anything, nor disfigurement nor beauty. I perceived her. She was the Duchess. Alright. White Queen is very sus, yeah? She is, huh? She is very sus. Welcome, Your Majesty the White Queen, and what name did you go by now? Yes, Alice. The Duchess looked at the White Queen before glancing toward me, returning a sense of pity towards us. Your heart is still entangled.
The White Queen made a troubled face. You didn't come to me for that advice, beloved White Queen. I believe you wanted to speak to me about our dearest Majesty, the missing Red Queen. Yes, it's Alice's matter. We told the Duchess about my circumstances. I fell into this world unknown and was seeking out the Red Queen in order to find a way home. We left out the part where the Red Queen was dismembered, but the Duchess already knew. You are searching for the Red Queen, but the Red Queen has been dismembered. To even request aid from her, you must assemble all of her pieces. As the Duchess spoke, the White Queen had a distant gaze. As it so happens, I have her left leg in my possession. The White Queen's lids lifted in surprise. She smiled diplomatically. In that case, would you give it to us? I will be giving it to a pair of guests at today's ball. It would be unfair for me to hand it off to you when another pair would have had to show their prowess to earn the limb. The White Queen frowned. I will offer something in exchange. Was she gonna do like a prom queen kind of thing, but like with the leg? You have nothing to offer, nor you have a true desire to meet our dearest Majesty again in this form or another. Of course, these are only my own thoughts. Forgive me for assuming, but I cannot give you the limb like this. Rather than letting her offer something in exchange, would it not be better for me to do so as the person searching? What could convince you to give up the limb, Duchess? I will hold a little game today, and if you win, then the limb will be yours. A game? Yes, a game. Our dearest Majesty loved her games, even if they were much too often cruel games with no winner, not even herself. The White Queen looked angry. I'm sure that Her Majesty the White Queen remembers. The White Queen's expression quickly shifted into an upset one. Will you not do me a favor, Duchess? No, not even for you, Her Majesty's most beloved. The White Queen looked away. Again, she was smiling. So we're choosing the Red Queen over the White Queen here? What is going on in this Wonderland, huh? Finding little more we could say to convince the Duchess, we left the Duchess' parlor, seen off the door by her. We returned to the ballroom to wait. The quartet continued playing. The previous crowd saw the troubled look on the White Queen's face and decided not to approach, only watching her from afar. Dancing pairs filled the floor. The White Queen eyed me as if she wanted to request something. When I turned to question her, she pretended to look at the refreshments. Do you like dancing? She looked hesitant. Just a normal amount. You needn't feel restricted by me. I'll be fine by myself if you would prefer to have a dance or a few now that you're here. She smiled. Alice. What is it? May I invite you to dance? Dancing! Dancing with the White Queen, dancing with the Queen, dancing with the Queen, dancing with the Queen, 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 Queen. I took her hand and we went towards the dance floor. The next song started. Tap, tap, step, step. A practiced sequence of footwork moving across the room at the rhythm of the music. We danced while gazing into each other's eyes. Without even saying what we should dance, we just danced. I took Alice's part. She took the White Queen's part. There was nothing more. Feeling ambitious, I twirled her around, chuckling as she grew a little flustered when I caught her. I saw a strange expression, as if she had expected something different, but the smile that floated to her eyes reassured me that I hadn't done wrong. The White Queen was always looking somewhere else, perhaps to the future, perhaps to the past, perhaps to a person who wasn't here, even though we were here right now. This was our dance alone. Thank you. No, I enjoyed that. We had a dance with the White Queen. I love her. I love her. I love the White Queen. I love the White Queen. She's so cute. Can we dance together again one day? Perhaps one day we should. The music stopped along with the dancing. Oh, Duchess.
It was at this time that the Duchess made her appearance. Behind her was a servant carrying a severed leg under a red cloth.
Tonight, we have a special gift to be given to a single guest.
A hushed whispering ran through the ballroom as all the guests guessed at what the White Queen and I had already learned.
We are holding a chess tournament. I don't know how to play chess! The usual game that ends when the king has fallen, even here where the king has long gone. Of course, the winner will receive the prize.
The servants removed the cloth. All around, the guests let out a collective gasp.
What, you may ask? Why, it could only be our dearest Majesty's leg. May the best strategist win.
The Duchess clapped.
Pachi, 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 pachi.
The servants began to move out, setting up tables and chess sets in a matter of minutes. With the matchup list created, the tournament started. Here was an exercise left to the reader. If given a game and a player terribly good at the game, what would happen? Naturally, that player would win, and win again. To my surprise, for this game there was chess. The player who was terribly good was the White Queen, even with the handicap of Alice as a teammate. She was smiling all the while. We made our ways to the finals, where we met with the last opponent, not at a table, but in a cleared out space in the ballroom with a large chessboard overlaid. The White Queen made a troubled expression. The last opponent was the Duchess.
I feel like we shouldn't question the logic of Wonderland, Mr. Munfield. This is Wonderland. Anything can happen here.
Around her lined up stood 1 1/3 dozen soldiers dressed up in black like chess pieces. The White Queen looked disgusted.
Human chess, Duchess? Our dearest Majesty enjoyed watching games like this. One of you two have to take the role of a piece, and otherwise I will provide the other pieces for you to play with. Please take your time to decide. Those blades that the Duchess's black pieces wielded looked heavy and sharp. Dangerous.
The White Queen looked troubled. She looked to me and gave me a worried smile.
Alice, let me.
You could get hurt, White Queen. She frowned at my words.
I would say the same to you. At the very least, the Duchess would hesitate to hurt me, for I am the White Queen. However, you are Alice.
I know. To satisfy my questioning, all I require is one bird.
Nope! No birds for you! Squash the birds!
In that case, I can't just let you take that risk. Funny, the idea of seeing you hurt pains my heart. She made a sad smile. We stood at a standstill for so long that the Duchess had a set of white pieces shuffle in and take their spots on the board. One of us had to be the human chess piece.
Uh-oh! Who is gonna be the chess piece? I don't want to kill the queen. I don't know how to play chess.
It makes sense if Alice is the chess piece and the White Queen can tell us where to go. Yeah, let me. The White Queen looked worried. I was at best mediocre at chess, even if the tutors had smacked basic strategy into me, so I preferred to trust the White Queen instead to command the board. She did something, making me take on a pawn's position. As I obtained a sword for my role, I speculated about what strategy she would formulate. The White Queen started with the first move. She made a hesitant smile. Directing the pieces here and there, moving me carefully as well, the White Queen captured the Duchess's black pieces with ease.
Coming here with this girl who so resembles her, Your Majesty the White Queen, I wonder what you intend to do.
The White Queen frowned.
In a way, I understand. She was so terribly, terribly bright. So bright that she would burn away. A brilliant and terrifying person that I could not help but watch.
The White Queen looked increasingly upset as she listened to the Duchess.
However, regardless of who this girl is, are you still unable to look away from that person?
The White Queen stumbled, sacrificing a bishop in a position she had not meant to order him toward. She looked disgusted.
No. Is that so?
The White Queen frowned. Not very good sportsmanship to say such things during a match, Duchess. The White Queen gave me a relieved smile.
Fair. Then let us say nothing unrelated to the match. Of course, you are a piece on the board, so you too must stay silent, as chess pieces do not talk to their players.
Thank you, Alice. I nodded in acknowledgement, keeping my mouth shut as per the Duchess's rules. She moved me all the way to the other side, as a pawn, one of the most disposable pieces on the board, I was oddly enough kept perfectly safe. She smiled. I promote Alice to queen. Promotion from a pawn to queen consisted of handing me a flimsy white crown and a new sword.
Oh my god,
that sound scared me! What the fuck? Within a handful of moves, the White Queen desolated the Duchess' black chess army, rendering the Duchess' side nearly empty. The White Queen maneuvered me to the Duchess' black queen. With one last move, we would win the game and obtain the Red Queen's leg. The White Queen grinned triumphantly. Checkmate, Duchess. I cut down the Black King, wondering why the sensation of my blade hitting flesh felt familiar. The Duchess clapped her hands. The White Queen was smiling.
Congratulations, this is my loss. Even facing my challenge fair and square, you have ultimately obtained the Red Queen's limb. I wish you best of luck gathering her parts for better or for worse. I am in no position to stop you, not even when your Majesty the White Queen approves.
The White Queen made a troubled smile. I wonder what's gonna happen now that we have, like, the White Queen kind of involved in this whole reassembling the Red Queen part.
If our dearest Majesty is to return, then we must accept that and end the party.
The White Queen's smile disappeared.
Would you like to take your prize now?
Yes. The White Queen made a distant, happy expression. The Duchess gestured over the servant with a prize and handed the leg to me.
I hope you enjoy the rest of the ball. And your Majesty the White Queen, do come visit whenever you would like to talk with me again.
The Duchess departed with her servant following after her. Just as quickly as she left, the chess setups were cleared away. I looked toward the White Queen, touching her hand to gain her attention. Her hand felt cold. She seemed surprised at my touch. Do you want to stay for longer? The White Queen shook her head. Mm-mm. She smiled. I've had enough excitement for the day. Thank you for inviting me, Alice. Although the last game of chess was nerve-wracking, I enjoyed spending today with you. I enjoyed spending my night with you too! No, thank you for coming with me. I feel the same. Her smile became sad. She's gonna kill me, isn't she? We made our way to a hall. We found a servant to leave and were redirected outward. He retrieved the sealed box with our entrance fee and handed it over. I will leave you with a limb. You want to meet with the Red Queen again? She made a sheepish, avoidant smile. That's a difficult question, Alice. I see. I already understood that she had a complicated relationship with the Red Queen, but I wanted her to look at me instead. Alice was right in front of her. No, at the very least, I wanted her to smile without looking at something so far away. Are they exes? Kind of sounds like it, huh? It kind of sounds like they're exes. That's what I was starting to think too. Because surely the person she was looking towards was the Red Queen who had already been dismembered. Well, is Alice? I don't know. Taking a wrong turn, I exited to a garden, and at the far end of the garden was an exit. It was an elegant garden with plenty of flowers and triangular hedges. In the center was a fountain. I turned back to ask the White Queen to find that she had already gone.
This must have been the Duchess's garden, seeing as I had just come from her manor. I stole through the garden, appreciating the flowers and greenery, yet couldn't help but compare it to the White Queen's garden. Perhaps I would go visit the White Queen again. Without much further ado, I made my way through the garden exit. I was back on a forest path. Not taking even 5 steps out, I stumbled. Uh-oh. A sudden vertigo struck me. What? I must have had a long day, I reasoned, as I held a hand to my forehead while trying to steady myself. My brain spun like a sloshed-up pit of mud. I must have forgotten something very important. I leaned back against a tree to take a break. Looking upward, eyelids flickering, I wondered if the sky had always looked so far away. The sun was beginning to set. Orange hue was beginning to enter the picture. My free hand, propped against the bark, slid downward unconsciously. Are we passing out? Are we dying? I closed my eyes for a moment. Darkness. Hey! What? How? How do we end up here? We got a limb! At some point, I made my way back to the Hatter's place. Hello, Hatter! I handed over the limb I had just obtained. At least from what I could tell from the passage of time, it should have been only recently that I had taken this limb from its past owner. I didn't know. The Hatter took the limb and threw it into the dog cage with all the others. She grinned. With this, you've gathered all of Her Majesty's limbs. Oh, so I have. You look terrible right now, Alice. Her eyes narrowed. Like us! Like us! I'm tired. The Hatter smiled. Take a nap. Tea time isn't going anywhere. Not unless time grows back its severed head and walks away, don't you think? We can always talk a little later. Thank you. I slumped back into my armchair, sinking into the oddly scented cushions. She sneered. Good night, Alice. This may be the last. Last in Wonderland, right? Right? Oh, no. I wanted to go back. I didn't read that properly. Wait. Sorry. I didn't hear what the Hatter said afterward over the raging white noise of my headache. My vision blurred. Eyes becoming watery, eyelids heavy, I fell asleep. Then I was dreaming, falling into the dream. Tick, tock, tock. I dreamt of a throne, a dark and terrible throne, so horribly cold. It was such a lonely throne. But the eye on the throne was arrogant and happy to be alone. No, I thought even she had someone she loved. A beautiful person. Yes, that person she loved was a beautiful person, so fragile and beautiful that she wanted to slowly tear off that person's wings. But her love was wrong. If she wasn't happy, then she would lose everything. Alice, you were exactly this person. No, I wasn't. Was I? Uh-oh. As I opened my mouth to speak, blood began to leak through my lips. The only sound that came out was an empty gurgle. Were you happy? No. I could not talk. I could not taste. Even though red dripped down my chin, I felt as if my tongue had been snipped out. Blood choked me. Gasping in nothing but liquid, I grasped at my throat. Alice, I was drowning in this dream. You were never happy. When I awoke, I forgot all that I dreamt of. Well, probably nothing of interest in that dream for us. That probably doesn't mean anything. I opened my eyes to an empty feeling in my mind. Disoriented, I nearly rolled off my armchair in which I had gone to sleep. I sat up and stifled a yawn, rubbing the bridge of my nose. I blinked. I blinked again, chasing away a haze. I felt as if I had forgotten something very important. In the meanwhile, the Hatter brought over a decorated cake much more elaborate than the usual snacks at her eternal tea time. It was a cake with cream and fruits, 2-layered even, with flowers and pictures carved up with the food ingredients. I could only call it a pretty cake. She grinned cheekily, winking. Just in time for tea, Alice. As I got up from my armchair, the Hatter lightly pushed me back down. My behind landed on a cushion with a soft bounce. It seemed I could not but sit. She stared at me before sticking a handful of candles into the cake, lighting them with a match. The Hatter made a devilish wide grin. Flick! The game glowed on the head of the match for just a few seconds. After settling the candles, she began clapping her hands to an unsteady rhythm. Happy unbirthday to you! Happy unbirthday to you! Happy unbirthday! Dear Alice. A terribly offbeat, off-balance song she sang, and her voice warped as she said my name today. A certain darkness flickered in her mismatched eyes. She sneered. Happy unbirthday to you. I didn't understand. I couldn't understand. I simply watched as she finished the song with a small clap and pushed the cake a bit closer to me. What's this for, Hatter? Certainly today was not my birthday. Didn't I tell you? Don't you remember? I get it. You get a special prize for bringing me all 4 limbs, Alice. Since it's not your birthday, it must be your unbirthday. All 364 days of the year. Picking up a knife, she cut out a slice of the cake and slid it over to me. I caught it in a hurry, and soon enough, she poured me a cup of tea that, too, came rushing over. Oh, God. I noticed a hammer on the table right next to the cake knife. She gestured, urging me to have a taste. The calming scent of the tea wafted to my nose and mixed with sweet, milky cream. The the cake slice looked so charming I almost felt it a shame to eat. A hammer? Is she gonna bonk us? I sure hope not. She already bonked us at the beginning of the stream. I hope she doesn't bonk us again. I picked up the cup of tea and took a sip. This is my favorite. After enjoying some tea, I started on the cake. As I ate, the Hatter placed a box before me. She was still sneering. Open your present, Alice. Chop it open! Smash it open! Any way you'd like to. I surveyed the box, an odd and plain box just big enough to store an animal. From the outside, I could not tell what might lie inside. I cracked open a small gap, afraid to disturb what could be hidden inside. I wonder what is in the box. Yeah, me too. Shadows blocked my vision. I saw nothing, but I heard a low gurgling, drowning sound. A strange and strangled voice, one that sent a chill rolling up my neck. Throbbing headache hit me again. In one go, I flung the lid off. Oh, fuck me! That was much scarier than I expected! I don't like this. I don't like this. I thought it would maybe be the same image. I did not expect this. This is gonna haunt me in my dreams. Inside was a head, a bloodied head. Huh? A head. A woman's head. A girl's head. A head that should have been dead. A much too familiar face. A much too foreign face. I didn't quite understand what I was looking at, even as the world seemed to shift around me. Her matted hair was blonde. Her bloody skin was pale. But her unfocused eyes were not blue. Rather, they were red. Alice. You knew who that face belonged to. Alice. Oh my fucking god, I am actually scared. Whose head is this? I stumbled to my feet to back away, only to fall back into the armchair from my loss of equilibrium. This wasn't right. Oh, this is. Oh my god. This wasn't right. The face looked just like mine. Oh my god, that's music! Whoa, the music is so scary! The face looked just like mine. Just almost. Almost. I clutched my neck and touched my face to make sure that I was still here. This was the Red Queen. This was Alice. This was a severed head, Alice. Whose head is this? I wanted to ask, but instead a strangled cry escaped my throat. I couldn't move my eyes away from this so-called prize that the Hatter had given to me. Blood pooled at the bottom of the box. Sticky. Dark. How terrible. I reached a trembling hand to touch it, but it wasn't my place to try to close her eyes or put her to peace. The head was still moving, twitching with a squelch and squish. Its wet, ragged sounds of raspy breathing echoed in my skull. I jerked my hand back and covered my ears. I couldn't look away. Now, aren't you glad you needn't find her Now, aren't you glad you needn't find Her Majesty's head? As if laughing at me, as if she didn't truly mean that, with an odd tilt of her voice as she spoke of the Red Queen, the Hatter confirmed the head's owner. He walked over to the Red Queen, flinging the dog cage open and popped the limbs onto the torso one by one. As they reattached, they began to flail and grab at the Hatter. This time she was prepared and grabbed her hammer. Hatter? With a loud bang, she hammered nails through the corpse's hand into the Red Queen's chair. Red dripped to the ground. The hands twitched. The body writhed, right? A ghostly pain ran up my arms as my stomach churned. I felt dizzy. What? Hatter? I discovered that I had nothing to say. Even though I always had thoughts racing through my mind, I had nothing to say. Alice, that is why you were worthless. Ask something. Anything. I touched my face to see if my lips had curled up without me thinking to. Didn't you want to leave this place? Now you found the Red Queen. If you have something you'd like to talk with her about, I'll let you take care of that before I proceed with my own business. She pushed the Red Queen over, chair scraping on the ground with a hideous squeal, and stopped only when I sat face to face with the headless, shifting body. Taking the head out of the box, the Hatter put it onto the body. Yikes. I don't know why I was expecting anything less. I was lulled into some false sense of security by our date with the White Queen, but this is still a horror game? Yeah, me too, me too. It took me by surprise after all. The skin and meat deformed, contorting till the pieces of neck met exactly where they should. Then it all knitted together with something unnatural crawling under the skin. I shuddered at the hollow sound made from the corpse as her throat connected. The Red Queen looked at me with dead, red eyes. I didn't know what she went through. She would look terrible. I realized that I hadn't ever asked who killed her like this, nor had I ever stumbled upon an answer in the same way I had found all the limbs. This was the Red Queen. Alice. This was me. The request I had been pondering on, the wishes to go back home, the one to ask for her help, they all flew out of my mind. Because this wasn't right. The face I was looking at, battered and bloodied as it appeared, was not right. I couldn't speak, but she did. Mouthing words, yet making no sound besides the hollow whistle of a crushed throat. The Red Queen began to talk without saying a thing. Bro! no! Oh my god! Her tongue was missing, and we had to do something about that. Cut out Alice's tongue, or where is the tongue? Oh my. Cut out your own? We're gonna cut it. We can no longer ask questions then, but let's do it. I grabbed the cake knife from the other side of the table. I know. Without hesitation, I thrust the knife into my mouth. I began to cut, ignoring how the metal choked my airway and blood pooled up and dripped out from between my lips. I sawed back and forth with this, slightly serrated knife much too dull, tearing through my tongue. I cut and ripped and sawed. Connected by one little string of flesh, the tongue, I ripped it off by force. I didn't want to swallow the piece of meat lingering in my mouth. Coughing and choking, I brought a hand up to my lips, and blood spilled right past my fingers. The knife clattered to the ground. My head hurt more than my mouth, temples throbbing. Alice belonged to the Red Queen. I spit the bloody lump of tongue into my hands and gave it to the Red Queen, with shaking hands that doubled and then tripled in my contorting vision. She seemed to swallow it. Ew. I heard a crunch from inside her mouth. A disgusting sound. Alice. Alice. She smiled, and I mirrored with a shaky smile. What a time for madness. With her hand still nailed to the chair, she shifted, crossing her legs as if to make herself a tad more comfortable, while she laughed silently at me. I heard the Hatter call out, but only the Red Queen's voice reached my ears. Red, red, red wouldn't stop flowing from my mouth, dribbling past my lips, pouring down my throat in a viscous, metallic flow. How have you enjoyed my domain? Hello, Luella! Hello, Luella! This is a scary part of the game. We're playing Who is the Red Queen, and now it is scary. During this entire game, I was like, whoa, apparently this is a horror game, and it wasn't too scary, but now I'm terrified. Everything was spinning. I spurted out a wordless response as I grew lightheaded, drowning in my own blood. The red was spilling all over my armchair. We can be scared together. Yes, yes.
I am terrified.
No. I certainly have to clean up all the vermin that gathered when I was gone, and all the thoughts that mine should never have had. She lifted her hands and tore out the nails lodged through her flesh. Quickly, the skin and muscle knitted together, leaving but a faint pinkish color on her skin. Picking up the nails, she threw them like darts towards the Hatter. Although I couldn't look toward the Hatter, I heard an ugly, piercing sound. For example, my little white bird. The Red Queen, gave me a hand of applause. I'm terrified of her. Alice, your job is done. Well done, myself from another world. This is the best that you have accomplished with your life. You have my commendation. I couldn't breathe. Each time I gasped and wheezed, only liquid flowed through my airway. Red, red, red painted my lungs red. I slumped over, trying to hold myself up, even as I continued to bleed, so much red that I couldn't bleed any further, breathe so much red that I couldn't breathe any further. This was it for Alice. Thump. Brah! What? Oh, we can try it again. Try not to cut our own tongue. What the fuck? We just die. Where is the tongue? We did not cut our own. Maybe if we don't cut our own tongue? Where did we go wrong? I think in the cutting the tongue. Maybe. I tried to find my own tongue, stumbling with a pulsing pressure in the back of my head before I could articulate my next inquiry. Hatter, Where is the Red Queen's tongue? I didn't want to hear her voice, so I tore it out and fed it to the dogs. We went wrong when Chad decided to kill the bird. Probably, yeah. The Red Queen wasn't complete without a tongue. Although she squirmed in the chair, causing the nails to creak, it seemed like she didn't truly have her soul. Alice, you are so close. The corpse looked upon us with stagnant eyes. That should mean I needn't bother search for it then. What were your intentions, Hatter? Am I the Red Queen? At this point, I still knew nothing about the Red Queen, but that she shared my face and of the various gossips I overheard on the ruler. Alice. Looking at the Hatter's mismatched eyes, I could see what she thought for the first time. She was sneering. What do you think? She frowned in my silence. Let me tell you a story, Your Majesty. So I was Your Majesty now. As the Hatter spoke, she appeared frustrated, angry. A long time ago, in this corner of Wonderland, there lived a group of 3 friends. A mouse, a hare, and a hatter. We lived far away from bustling society, usually just coming together for tea. I made hats, they did mouse and hare things. Once we had been dragged to perform like clowns for visitors to this kingdom, but only that once, for Her Majesty hadn't quite appreciated our lack of skill. Her Majesty ran the court of law. A strict queen, some called her. A mad queen, some whispered. A tyrant, most could not even dare to say. I think the story should be predictable, don't you? We were called into court one day. The reason? Maybe only to be judged. She proclaimed us guilty and had us sentenced. I, for no reason, received the lightest sentence of the day. I came away with my neck still intact, not knowing a thing. Thrown into prison and starved, only just that much, when I came out. The streets were filled with newly spilled blood, and 2 very familiar heads rolled my way. Crowds feasted on carrion, only for even them to be swept away by the Queen's cards. Do I need to explain further? Perhaps you really are blind and deaf. Dormouse and March Hare are dead. For what? For the sole crime of offending our world's tyrant. And so Hatter has been all alone for a long time. I can never forgive the Red Queen. The Hatter's smile disappeared. She looked disappointed. But she went and upped and died. Who let her get away like that so easily? She sneered again. You, who are the same entity as the Red Queen, I can't let you go. Don't you understand? She glared at me. I see. For the sake of my revenge, you have to die, Alice. She spun the hammer in her hands, her face devoid of mirth as she stepped closer to me, meeting my eyes with her mismatched pair. This is my justice, Alice.
Goodbye, Alice. Goodbye.
She raised that hammer in her hand above my head. Ew, that sound was the worst. Crack. Then I was falling. Falling. I was falling. Down this rabbit hole, with no start nor end. I was falling. My skull and brain pieced itself together, twisting as if going back in time. I re-experienced the pain of having my head caved in with a hammer. I was going mad. A wetness, perhaps tears, perhaps brain matter, rolled down my face as I tried to comprehend. I should have died. I felt as if I was remembering something very important. Oh! I landed in a wonderland not quite right, one where the hourglass of time had reversed. Looking upward, I found a sky distorted and stirring with darkness that amplified my phantom headache that throbbed despite losing its cause. I placed a hand to my head, feeling a smooth skin where the hammer had struck. I was in the forest. Is this the afterlife? Oh, it's the rabbit! What the fuck? Like the first time, what should have been the first time? The first being I met was the White Rabbit. Like Wonderland, today she seemed different, crueler. An unrestrained black danced in the back of her eyes. There was a wide smile on her face. She looked awestruck.
Your Majesty!
The rabbit greeted me as if I were the Red Queen. No, perhaps I was, Alice. Perhaps you were. Not bothering to acknowledge her, I let her continue speaking, saying what she had to say to the Red Queen in that obsequious tone of voice.
Did you wish to visit Her Majesty the White Queen today?
Yes. Yes, my wife! I gestured for her to lead the way. Let us have some romance, please. Following only a pace after the rabbit, I walked down an familiar path. She had that same strange, awestruck expression. Wonderland was quiet, much quieter than I was accustomed to. Even the grass wilting away from my presence, not to speak of the animals. The rabbit grinned devilishly. Uh-oh. I feel like this is not going to be a good report.
A report on Her Majesty the White Queen's affairs.
Oh!
As punishment for her previous transgressions, we have been regulating your sleep to 1 hour intervals as ordered.
She seemed pleased with herself. Then the rabbit appeared frustrated.
She has been much quieter as of the late. I hope that she will learn the errors of her ways for disrespecting your Majesty. Additionally, as per your orders, we have put her on dietary restriction to regulate her weight.
She sneered.
We found that some chefs had been sneaking her extra food. The chef responsible have been sent to do hard labor.
Is that so? The rabbit talked about unusual things. Walking, we arrived at a tall tree and a large bird cage, a location I recognized from when I had obtained the Red Queen's right leg once upon a time. The rabbit appeared hesitant.
Your Majesty's mood has been strange today. Could it be...
Are you questioning me, Rabbit? She glanced away, frightened.
My sincerest apologies, Your Majesty.
Leave. Bowing profusely, the rabbit backed away and scampered off. Oh, she's in the cage again! I approached the bird cage, finding a pretty white bird locked within. No, I found the White Queen locked within that bird cage, much too cold. Alice, how would you catch her if you let her go free? She looked skinny, desperate, as if she had lost all hope, just as a flower would wither, once picked. A bird too would if locked away from its sky. The White Queen was a human, not a bird. She was a person, not an animal. I knew that. Alice, I also knew that. I grasped a metal bar of the cage. White Queen. I have nothing to say to you, Red Queen. Her eyes betrayed an expression that could not be called hate. A complicated expression, a strange expression, one all too familiar. You won't even bother to treat me softly today, after everything you had done to me. Rather than the Red Queen, I am Alice. I doubted myself, remembering the Hatter's expression for a moment. You said you could see the future, White Queen. What kind of timeline are we in? What timeline are we in? What timeline are we in? What timeline are we in? I suppose that must have been a joke, as I expected if you've yet to know who I am. We meet in another wonderland. I may had fallen in love, and maybe my affections were one-sided. There is no timeline, only confusion. Maybe a timeline where we didn't kill an innocent bird? Nah. We killed that bird, alright. In a terribly beautiful garden, I was lost, chasing after a rabbit in confusion after falling down a rabbit hole into another world. I told the White Queen about my adventures in Wonderland. I told her about a strange hatter with mismatched eyes, a cat whose dark tail flickered like flames, and the whimsy of living limbs.
I told her about the brilliant night sky and every moment we spent together, too few yet still overwhelmingly precious. Then I came here and met the white rabbit who led me to you.
How fantastical that would be.
I felt the same way, speaking about the quest that dull Alice, had found myself embarking on upon falling through an endless void. Only a miracle could have brought me here to meet her and all the others in Wonderland.
But tell me, you who share her face but not her name, why should I believe you? Why should I think that you are not but the Red Queen mad again with some scheme? You are. She is the one who knows me best in this world.
Were they exes though?
What? Are they twins? Are they... No! No incest, please!
We were born together, fated to die together as if death could reach us at all.
Bound by a marriage from our conception, did you not say?
She said, the Red Queen said.
So it should be that you finally lost it.
Her pale eyes locked onto my body, the Red Queen's body, as if viewing someone unfamiliar.
Or am I the one who has gone mad? You claim to be from the future.
Then should I be from the past? The Red Queen is dead in my time.
Do you understand what those words mean?
Only a pinch of blasphemy.
Only a pinch.
But these memories, these happenings that must have happened in the future, they're quite important to me. Meeting you was important to me.
Important. You also like to say sweet words in the past. Should I say that she also liked to say sweet words in the past? I understand now. The Red Queen will no longer love me, so she gives me a replacement till she tires of playing this act. Tell me, what type of tea do you prefer?
I blinked in surprise at the sudden change of conversation topics. Black tea. Do you still like white tea now? The White Queen looked at me, at Alice, for only a second.
No.
A strange tone of voice escaped through her lips, as if she came to a realization. She sounded soft and tired.
Tell me again about the future.
We'll meet again. I'll free you from this cage. You'll be free, beautifully, and... My voice trickled off into silence. I had no happy ending to tell her of us. None of Alice and the White Queen. What mattered to the White Queen was the Red Queen. She'll be long gone.
Why? No, don't answer. I believe you. Something beyond logic tells me that I should believe you.
But did the White Queen kill her? Did she kill her own lover? That would be extra sad.
Can you make the me of the future happy?
I wonder. After all, my White Queen had always been looking far away.
No, you wanted to leave after all. You gave me a wonderful story, but tell me a better one next time. Please.
Remembering the key I obtained in a previous Wonderland, I checked my pocket and pulled out that very key. Take this. Holding it in a closed fist, I passed the key to the White Queen through the cage bars. She took the key with trembling hands, gripping it tightly as if the metal would disappear. Knowing that having the key was a risk, she hid the key away in her dress. Perhaps she would use it to escape from the Red Queen.
What? How are we? Do we just like teleport again? Why is the music so sad?
Your Majesty, urgent news! There has been an incident in court with the cards. The rabbit's sudden reappearance forced our conversation to a halt. She had a stressed expression. The Red Queen will kill them all! Don't go! The White Queen gestured to me, telling me to lean in closer to her. She moved up to the bars of the cage as close to me as she could come.
Show me that I can believe in you, and I will find you. Until later, Alice.
What if we, as the Red Queen, are going to be killed right now?
Then she gave me a peck on the cheek. We get another kiss. Kiss and falling. I was falling once more. I fell down, and down through a sparkling, shining darkness. Too bright to be dark, too dark to be bright. I recognize this darkness now. I wanted to be chasing after someone, after something. Oh, fuck me. So it has come to this. My lover. Falling, I fell until I landed and saw the night sky above me. Oh, it's not me. Nice. Before me laid out was a scene between the Red Queen and the White Queen. I was like a spirit, invisible to all who were present. The Red Queen was on the ground before the White Queen, a sword in the White Queen's hand. The blade glittered in the moonlight, betraying its sharpened edge. Behind the White Queen stood a group of denizens of Wonderland. Why does the White Queen have a gun? She doesn't have a gun, it's a sword. See? It's a sword. We don't do guns, we kill stylishly here, with swords. They were in a clearing in the middle of the dark forest. The Red Queen wore regal red clothing with black and gold accents, her long blonde hair tied with a red ribbon. That high-class look did not match her pathetic position on the grass. There was nothing in the White Queen's expression as she glared down at the Red Queen. Off with their heads for the crime of treason! The Red Queen's shoulders shook once in surprise that nothing happened. Not a single head went flying with mysterious force. They are my citizens now, Red Queen. You may not touch them. Your right only extends to those you have subjugated, not mine. You were once sole ruler of Wonderland, but now you have lost. I united this dirty, broken world and tried to make everything right. Protect the people, uphold the law, bring order to Wonderland, and find its peace. In which way was I wrong? Red must spill for peace, but it seems some people prefer freedom over all else. We were born just as space and time were, created at the genesis of this world. We were only two existences of this distorted Wonderland. Therefore, given such power, we were to be rulers of Wonderland with divine right. You were the one who gave it away first because you were weak, so I took all the responsibility onto myself because I loved you. Were you not happy within my cage, protected from the outside world? We are only two of our kind in this world. If you did not care for this place, then I let you live a beautiful life within a cage. Let you stay beautiful white. I loved you dearly, White Queen. But you were the same as everyone else. Traitor. I am almost sad. No, heartbroken. But what choice do I have now? White Queen, you'll cut me down now, won't you? Or will you continue to be a coward? Show me your conviction to betray me. There can only be one victor if we are to be pitted against each other. I couldn't see the Red Queen's expression. I loved you. I betrayed you. You were the one who betrayed me first. The White Queen raised her sword and cut.
Oh my god!
Ah! A limb. Ah! Oh, I hated that! Oh, the sounds! Sharp pain shot up in my arm, even though I was not the one who was cut. There was a rough tear and plenty of blood at the stump where the limb once was, the blood soaking into the Red Queen's dress. Blood, too, soaked the grass beneath her, dyeing the green red like her. Who betrayed who first? You, who are in charge of time. A second limb. I knew it. I knew it was coming this time. You'd think that Yuri would be used to these kind of sounds by now. Joke's on you! I am not! I squirmed as I tried to grab at a wound that did not exist with an arm that my brain screamed was no longer attached. It hurt, but no red came out of me. You should know better than me. A third limb. A final limb. Blood splattered over the White Queen's dress, staining her red, red, red as the Red Queen's body shook. In agony, I gasped. My visions shook, tilting as I lost equilibrium and filling with tears. I collapsed to the ground and writhed, even though my limbs were still intact. I didn't even know what to clutch at, what to clutch with. You're also a sadist, aren't you? I'm just angry.
Oh, fuck me!
Finally off went her head. Once, twice, thrice. The White Queen hacked the Red Queen's neck, as if taking out her frustration on a neck already severed. My consciousness snapped. My vision blacked out. Bro, that is terrifying. Oh my fucking god. I am terrified! The sound of cheering brought me back to this Wonderland's reality. The once quiet crowd began to celebrate at the dismembered Red Queen. We're free! The tyrant is dead! Your Majesty the White Queen, won't you be the new ruler of Wonderland? No. Her voice was quiet, fragile. I would appreciate if you would all keep news of this murder quiet. She did not turn around, not wanting to show the difficult expression that found its way into her face. Ignoring the joyous clamoring of her people, the White Queen looked down at the Red Queen's corpse. So the White Queen was the one who dismembered the Red Queen. I choked out a pained laugh at the revelation, grabbing at my neck to ascertain that I had my head. I was dying. I was dying. I was dying. Yet I wasn't dying. I was still intact. The one who had been dismembered was the Red Queen. However, we were nearly one and the same. Alice? The White Queen's whisper broke me out of her stupor. Her gaze landed directly on me to the point that our eyes met, and she would not look away. She walked forward 2 steps, both toward the Red Queen's corpse and toward me. Alice. Reaching out a hand, she tugged at my ephemeral form. I am scared, I am scared, I am terrified. Then I was falling. Oh my fucking god. Ah! Why is this? Oh, this is nerve-wracking. Falling. I was falling again. The raging phantom pain that sent me nearly catatonic faded with a chilly sensation reminiscent of the White Queen. The music is beautiful. In this deep rabbit hole where time was but an illusion, I fell and healed. I was Alice. I was the Red Queen. We were one and the same, but divergent. The voice within my head quieted till she no longer spoke. I still held that one certainty. I was Alice. Alice was me. Even now that wasn't wrong, but I was also the lonesome Red Queen, what could have been for her, she who had been killed at the end. What madness. We were both our own madness, but I wanted not to be my own tragedy. I fell forward in my relative present and hit the ground softly. Huh. Are we back? Home? Laying back flat on the ground, I grasped at the grass below me and found that the blades were soft, gentle even. Above me, the sky was devoid of stars. No, it was still daytime. I should have instead said that the sky was blue, terribly blue.
I forced myself up to my feet, surveying a wonderland that I learned to know. This was no longer the Red Queen's wonderland, yet it was not the White Queen's either. Thinking about the White Queen, I wanted to talk with her. No, Alice, you've got a matter to finish first. My mind drifted to a pair of mismatched eyes. I sought out the Hatter, coming to the Hatter's place that had always been a tea time, regardless of morning, noon, or night. Looking left, right, up, down, A, B. Just kidding. I could not find the Hatter anywhere in sight. The table of tea things stood untouched. On the ground was a bloodied hammer. When I went around to my armchair, it still held its usual cold smell. Meow. The Red Queen's corpse was nowhere to be seen, but that mattered not. The only thing truly missing was the Hatter. I understood. In my heart, I understood that there was no more Hatter in Wonderland, for the Hatter had completed her revenge, her one and only final task. Checking the table, I saw that familiar pair of puppets, the March Hare and the Dormouse. I picked them up for just a moment, looking at their carefully stitched parts that I desperately tried to hide that they were but cloth. Then I put them down gently. I'm sorry, Hatter. I left the Hatter's place, knowing that I would no longer find her here in Wonderland. Aww. I mean, at least she got her revenge. Lonely. I felt lonely. I wandered about and inadvertently walked my way to the White Queen's garden. There she is! Yay! Mwah, 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 mwah. Kiss, kiss, fall in love. I saw the White Queen, who appeared the same as usual. She had that somber smile on her face. In a chair across from her. Oh!
Said the Red Queen's corpse! Sure!
The Red Queen did not fit this pure garden, but she and the White Queen must have had a conversation here. Alice, how long has it been since we last met? Much too long. She looked a bit sheepish for a moment. I'm sure you must have questions.
As one does, talking with a corpse. Yeah, that's all fine. Put it in a chair, it's all fine. Talking to a corpse, no worries, no worries.
Allow me to explain why I instructed you to seek out the Red Queen when the Red Queen was already dead. We, the Queens of Wonderland, were created with a power within us. I hold power over Wonderland's time. She held power over Wonderland's essence, its space and boundaries. Even a remnant of that power can send you back home. With her corpse gathered, that power can be used. I know. I felt the power take root in my soul. So you do. It's time for you to depart from this imperfect wonderland, Alice. Wait! The White Queen's brows raised. I like you. I love you. I want to spend more time with you, White Queen. You're always looking far away toward the Red Queen, so I wish you would look at me. The White Queen appeared troubled. She carved herself into my heart irreparably. A long, long time ago she was. Sadness filled her features. Even though she caged me away, even though I was the one who killed her. How odd. I still cannot put into words what I feel toward her. The Red Queen began to disappear, dissolving into tiny lights. Her corpse faded away as if her role in this world was no longer needed. The White Queen watched with somber eyes.
So the White Queen is a bit mad. I mean, according to the Cheshire Cat, everyone is mad here.
I saw the Red Queen mouth a few words, but I knew that they were not for me. I'm sorry. That was inappropriate of me to say. Perhaps I had long been rejected. The White Queen smiled sadly. No. At first I saw you and thought of the Red Queen. I thought that you could be her, and you probably don't remember. The White Queen glanced down shyly.
Oh, are we gonna get a confession?
But that was why I dragged you through time and time again, pulling you from a time where by a miracle you fell down the rabbit hole into another wonderland. That was my obsession. She frowned. With her.
Then she smiled weakly. But eventually I learned that you were different. You were Alice. Perhaps parts of your existences are similar. I could call you her of another world or her you of another world, but you alone are Alice, and I fell in love with you. Kind, soft Alice, who can be a little strange. Alice who chases after her goals, and Alice who somehow fell in love with someone like me. Time loop to keep us in Wonderland. Yeah, time loop to stay with us. Let's go! The pretty queen loves us. Woo, 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 woo. Yes, I think it's a miracle that we met here in this Wonderland. Maybe I can begin to heal. The White Queen gave me a joyous smile. I love you, Alice. Not in the way that I don't know what to feel about the Red Queen, but from the depths of my heart, I love you. Ah! Let's go! We actually got a kiss, kiss, fall in love. Kiss, jump scare. Kiss, 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 kiss. Let me screenshot this for purposes. Thank you. Oh my god. We get a kiss from the pretty queen. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Send me this screenshot later. I also need it for reasons. The White Queen pressed a kiss on my lips. Oh, we cry now! My heart raced. I hadn't thought that she would reciprocate my feelings. Tears welled up in my eyes, dripping down my cheeks in disbelief. Oh! Kiss me again, please. Oh, and she does! Oh my god, why does this feel the same as like fan fiction, like really cute fan fiction? Oh my god. We kissed again clumsily. The White Queen grinned awkwardly as we did so. White Queen, I love you. I wish that this world were more perfect, so that we could be together. Despite what goes on in our hearts, it's still time for you to depart. You have to leave, Alice. Go back home to your own world. What? Come with me? Here again came that somber smile that was so familiar to her. I can't, Alice. But this world will fall apart now that the Red Queen is truly dead, and I have drained my power as well in my selfishness. This imperfect wonderland was a miracle. I'm glad I was able to meet you. Bro, is she gonna fucking die? No! Don't take this away from me! I wanted to stay here by your side. White Queen? Truly. She put a hand on my shoulder. Tears spilled forth from her eyes, rolling down her cheeks, her lips in a smile all the while. Bye. And pushed. Then I was falling. Why did I expect happiness at the end of a horror game? Yeah, why? Why even? This game? Why? It keeps just. I try to get back up, but the Red Queen's power wouldn't respond. As the gate to return to my own world opened, the power evaporated. Falling. I was falling. The White Queen. I wanted to go back to the White Queen. Alice, who had never quite wanted anything so much, wanted to take her hand again, to see her again, to steal a happy ending together with her. Yet, no matter what I did, I continued to fall through this darkness too bright. falling, I left Wonderland and could no longer return. If this were the case, I would have rather forgotten. I would have rather forgotten something very important, but I knew that I would remember everything that happened in Wonderland. I fell until I could fall no more. Hitting the ground, I opened my eyes to reality. Seeing my family as I was in the distance. The sky was blue, still terribly blue. I started crying. My shoulders shook. Hearing as my sisters rushed over to ask what was wrong, I wished and wished to see her again. And it was all a dream. Surely we would meet again in a reality more wonderful than a dream. One day, while out on a walk with the cats, I stumbled into a... Wait, you walk your cats? So many 180s and false sense of security. Yeah, that's what this game gives us, huh? A girl with white hair. Alice? Sad? What the fuck? Ah! 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 That was cute. This was cute. I did like this game a lot. Oh my god. White Queen ending. Thank you for playing. Thank you! I love the White Queen. Thank you. 62%. That's all the deaths we have not seen. Did we meet the White Queen again? I think so. We met a girl with white hair. What is this? Extra. Gallery. I see. Oh. Huh. Huh. All right. Nice. Nice. Rabbit ending. I feel like there are more endings. There are like six deaths and then more endings. Nice. You can get like gallery just watching them up close. I feel like that's it. Treasure cat, you're dead. There's probably a Mad Hatter ending too, and then maybe a lonely ending or something. That's what I'm expecting. This was freaking nice. We got the cute ending, yeah. I feel like we really got a very cute ending, a really nice ending that I liked. I like this ending. I like this. This was super cute. What the fuck? Oh my god. Okay. You want a rabbit ending? That would be cute, yeah. Would be a cute ending. This was a cute game. It was cute, spooky, and just a fun game to play. I really liked it. I didn't really know what to expect, honestly. I just thought it looked cool, and then I played it, and it was a good game. I like this. The art style of this game is adorable. Yeah. The art style is really good. I really like the art for this game. No birds. Nope. No birds. The horror was pretty tame. Yeah. It was pretty tame, huh? The horror aspect was pretty tame, but it was good. It was good. It was good. I had a good time. I'm glad you liked the game. Yeah, me too. I had a good time. It was less horror, more of a gruesome story. Yeah. It was kind of it wasn't really. Honestly, what took me the most was like the sounds. The sounds of breaking bones. That was definitely what got to me most. But other than that, it was good. It was very good. I liked it. It wasn't too scary, but maybe that's good for me to kind of like get into the spooky games during spooky month because I'm a scaredy cat. But yeah, it was a good game. I thought it was nice, like a nice It just felt like an edgy fanfiction at some points though, not meant as an insult, but it was funny to see. Yeah, like I said, like in the end, it kind of felt like a cute fanfiction. There's nothing wrong with that. I really like that actually. I used to read a lot of fanfiction. I don't really read as much fanfiction now as I did when I was younger, but I used to read like a lot of fanfiction, like really a lot of fanfiction. And honestly, I liked kind of going back into the fanfiction feeling, you know? You still read a lot of fanfiction? Yeah, I kind of want to get back into it, but honestly, I only read fanfiction of things that I was like really into at the time, and I don't feel like I really have something that I'm super into that I can read fanfiction on. The thing I'm most into right now is Splatoon, but I don't feel like I don't really want to read Splatoon fanfiction. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'll read the Splatoon manga. That'd be fun. And AI the Somnium Files, but I'm too scared of finding spoilers in fanfiction. Owl House. Maybe Owl House. Yeah. You wrote a tiny bit when you were young and stupid. Oh, me too. I also wrote some fan fiction when I was younger, and now that I look back on it, oh my fucking god, I don't ever want to read that again. But yeah, I don't consider myself a good writer, but I used to read a lot of Ace Attorney fan fiction. Honestly, sometimes I still do. I do keep a list of like the fan fiction that I love, and I sometimes read them again. But yeah. You still have to watch the new Owl House episode? Me too. I'm probably watching it tomorrow, hopefully. But we'll see. Alright, I'm gonna end the stream because it's pretty late. I expected to be done with this game about 2 hours earlier, but I was not. So I'm gonna end the stream now, but I hope you had a good time. I had a good time. I will see you guys again in 11.5 hours. For Pokemon! Another Pokemon stream on tomorrow with Rai, who's here in chat. Oh, Rai, I love the guy. We're gonna be streaming Pokemon again, Pokemon Nuzlocke. And it's gonna be good. We're gonna beat some gyms, and I am gonna prepare the last things for tomorrow, and then I will see you tomorrow. And it will be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it. Pokemon, yeah, Pokemon. So I'll see you guys tomorrow, 12 p.m. my time. That's Central European summertime. That is very, oh my fucking god, how hard can it be? That is very early morning for my friends on the west side of the world, and early evening for my friends on the east side of the world, and yeah, we're gonna be playing Pokemon. So I'm looking forward to it. I hope you guys are too. And until that stream, until tomorrow, I'll see you guys on the Twitches and on the Discords. And until then, bye-bye. Bye-bye.